What is a patriot? A patriot is someone that loves Christ, country, and their family and neighbors. Someone who is willing to stand up for what's right. Although there may be a cost to them, someone who has overcome fear, because fear is of Satan, willing to go the extra mile to do and show what's right. The only reason I'm on YouTube is because of God. I feel it is my destiny, my duty to do and say the things God shows me, or else I'm no good to God at all. All patriots must stand up or risk losing God, country, and family. This is all of our destiny, to do God's work. Thanks to all who watch my videos. But remember, it's not about us, but about our children, our country, our God. Thank you. And hello to one and all. Hope y'all all doing great tonight. I'm doing, that's all I'm going to say. If I say any more, I'll get myself in trouble, so I ain't going to say any more. But hello, everybody. Good to see y'all. Miss Linda Guess. Hello there, Linda. Good to see you, girl. Latina in Cali is here, or at least she's been here. Says, I hope I'll see y'all later tonight. Peace and blessings. I hope you will too, Latina. Sparky's Run is here. Hello, Sparky. Awaken Trillium is here. Hello, Awaken. Welcome. Miss Cheryl Rich is here. Hello, Miss Cheryl, and welcome to you, girl. I bring it every day. Hello, Kelly. Welcome, girl. Good to see you. My brother Steve Harlow is here. What's up, Steve? Good to see you, brother. Miss Dakota Hayes. Hello, Dakota, and welcome. Good to see you, girl. Oh, no, Van's here. I got to close it down, y'all. No, good to see you, Van. Welcome, brother. Sharon Steinspring. Hello there, Sharon. Welcome. TJ is here. What's up, TJ? Good to see you, bro. And let's see who else we got. Oh, I agree with what Steve said here. Please don't forget to hit the like. Please, 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 pretty please. Chrissy Cat. Hello there, Chrissy. Welcome, girl. Good to see you. And let's see who else we got here. Miss Sharon Mercier. Hello, Sharon. Welcome to you, girl. Good to see you. Hoppin' Sin. Hello, Hoppin' Sin, and welcome. Good to see you. Hello, hello, and welcome. And let's see who else we got here. Now, see, she says she's already shared and liked. Thank you, Hopkinson. And y'all please do the same thing. Chris Gilbert is here. Hello, Chris. Welcome, brother. Good to see you. Miss Tyne Duff is here. Hello, Tyne. Welcome to you, girl. Good to see you. Pat Evans. Hello, Pat. Welcome. Good to see you. You know, I've got to ask Pat, is Pat, are you a female or a male? I'm just dying to know. I feel like you're male, but I wouldn't bet on that one way or the other. I'm telling you. Too many different ways for that to go. Miss Karen Reese. Hello there, Karen, and welcome. Good to see you, girl. And let's see. Let's see. Garrett is here. What's up, Garrett? Good to see you. Welcome, Garrett. What Steve said, hit the like, y'all. Hit the like, hit the like, hit the like, hit the like button. Come on, it's one time, hit the like. Mr. Arizona Conservative is here. Welcome, Mr. Arizona. Good to see you, brother. Welcome, welcome. And let's see. Bug Out Adventures. What's up, Bug Out Adventures? Good to see you. Welcome. Kiss Off is here. Welcome, Kiss Off. Good to see you, girl. Has anybody kissed off yet today? Kiss off? Being a smart aleck, you know. It's reading these comments and things. It's not hard at all to get your words mixed up. I'm here to tell you. It ain't for me anyway. Of course, it's not hard for me to get them mixed up regardless. But it makes things kind of fun too sometimes. Let's see. Red Pill Truth is here. What's up, Red Pill? Good to see you. Damn, he's already headed to bed. Well, thanks for dropping in, Red Pill. Good to see you, brother. Miss Minder Sue is here. Hello, Miss Minder Sue, and welcome. Good to see you, girl. And let's see here. I don't know if I said hello to Chrissy Cat or not. If I didn't, hello, Chrissy Cat, and welcome, girl. Good to see you. And let's see here. Let's see. DJ Lewis is here. What's up, DJ? Good to see you. Welcome. It says the Bible verse that says to be sober-minded, always watching for the signs. Maybe that means we should be having some insomnia right now. Yeah, no kidding. Well, a lot of insomnia right now. Big Chap, my other brother is here. What's up, Chap? Good to see you, bro. And I just got to say this. Congratulations to you and your son. I know you didn't have much to do with it, Chap, other than, helping get him here. But congratulations to your son for winning out that, all those wrestling matches. And I hope he continues to win. Mike MQ, what's going on, Mike? Good to see you, bro. Welcome. Wolverines is here. What's up, Wolverines? Good to see you, brother. And let's see here. Damon Austin is here. Welcome, Austin. Or Damon Austin. Good to see you, brother. I hope you're a guy anyway. If not, I'd have done messed up again. The Deal for Real is here. Hello, The Deal. Welcome, bro. And I think that's all, at least right now. Yep, 44 in chat, and it feels like I read off 144. I know I didn't, but let's see what Van had to say here. He said, it's not going to be a damn good show. You bet. I always have a damn good show. Van, if I didn't, I wouldn't even come on. I mean, don't you see? That's the way it works. That's why I don't come on every night, is because, I want to have a damn good show every time I'm on. No, that ain't the reason I don't come on every night, but it's a pretty damn good reason, you got to admit. And Chap saying hello to everybody there, particularly the ladies. Chap, I can say now why you're not still married. Always flirting with the ladies. And they say I'm bad about it. Well, I never flirt. I mean, but you got to take what comes your way, I guess. Stinking cigarettes won't stay lit. Miss Town, how you been doing? It's good to see you, girl. Seems like it's been a while. I don't know if you were on the last one or not. I don't remember. I don't remember if I was there or not, to be honest with you. I think I was, though. There's Mr. B. What's up, Mr. B? Good to see you, brother. Our light for those seeking truth. You got that right. You got that right, Mr. B. Or Elvis. He's never said which one he should be called, Mr. B or Elvis. So I'm just going to go with Mr. B / Elvis until he tells me different. Good to see you, Mr. B. But, I thought at first that Mr. B was going to be mine and Steve's guest tomorrow. But as it turns out, I was wrong. And did I have some good questions ready for him. I mean, some hair-raising questions. I'm kidding, Mr. B, but I think I do have some pretty good questions for you. That whenever you do get on, I think that's next week, but I wouldn't swear to it. Miss Lisa Anderson. Where'd you go? There you are. Hello, Lisa. Good to see you, girl. Take care of a sick doggy. You mean the actual dog or me? I'm just playing. No, good luck with that pooch, Lisa. Seriously. Let's see what Gary had to say here right quick. He says, "Big chap, I was with my Harley friends today. I told them they locked and loaded in case something happens before November." Well, I think something's going to happen before then, but we'll see. You better cancel, because I got some doozies lined up for you, Mr. B. He won't even come on. Now we had to find somebody else to come on with us. But that's okay. I'll just put them on my community page and ask them that way. It's good to see all you guys. Welcome. And I hope that that what I put up, as my name of my show tonight, I hope everything that is in that comes perfectly true. Because believe me, I am past ready to see something good happen. But we shall find out. Now I just got to find my starting place. Oh, I know what I got to do right quick. I got to check, see if it says I'm running on Rumble. So we'll see. Let me go check, make sure myself though, because I don't trust them. They might tell me one thing and do a totally different another, which wouldn't surprise me. Yep, I'm going strong. Okay, are y'all ready to hear the Trump song? Sword dance song, whatever you want to call it. By the way, where's Buffering? I ain't seen Buffering yet. There's Salt and Light. Hello, Salt. Good to see you, girl. Welcome. Good to see you, Salt. Welcome, girl. Slow Country. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Welcome, Slow Country. All right, so here I go with the sword dance. But first, I got to get everything fixed up here. So you'll be able to see all of it. Now, since those people submitted, who in the hell are we fighting? I ask of you, think. Who could we be fighting if all those people that we're supposed to be fighting have done give in? I mean, have said, we quit. We're with you. We're sorry. We won't let that happen again. Well, I think it's all the people I just showed there myself. We shall see. Well, right now, this next one, I'll be sure I get the right one here, because a bunch of them look exactly alike. So let's see if this is it. And I think it is. All right. Well, dang, is it already? Oh, that's right. All right. Just want to make sure I had it right there. Well, need to go back and look again. Kind of hard to tell. There's so many of them on this one page.
None other than Pascal Najadi, former Swiss military, here today to talk to us all about what we've been through in brief, but what beautiful things we have to come. I love bringing good news. I love bringing the pieces of the jigsaw pieces together that you've all been missing on this show. And Pascal and myself are going to do that for you today. Pascal, welcome back, brother.
Yeah, AJ, thank you very much.
And yeah, guys, my point is that I think all the rats from within have been defeated too. That's what I'm saying. Not only the people that are mentioned in the video, but all the rats from over here. Now, there's some rats in the industry and things that hadn't been gotten to yet, but I'm talking about the ones in government. I think they've all been had their feathers clipped.
Much for your time and pleasure. I'm talking to you from Paris, where we also reside, Isabel and I.
Fantastic, brother. I really appreciate your time. I know how busy you are. We're getting so much content out there, all these meetings you're having. You're a very sought after man. So I
just one more time, everybody, please hit the like button. Please.
And the audience do really appreciate it. Just to give the people listening just a little bit of background about yourself for those who maybe are not familiar with your work and have maybe come across you for the first time.
Sure. Look, it's very simple. I'm a Swiss citizen, former military officer, Swiss Air Force, and born and raised in Switzerland. My mother is Swiss. My great-granduncle was president of Switzerland during the Second World War and Federal Council and head of the military. And today you call it defense minister as well. My father was Persian, got assassinated in Malaysia 2013. He was an international banker. We had banks. I grew up in Switzerland. I went into investment banking. I was then working for Merrill Lynch. I had offices in New York and in London. Then based in London for 12 years, and then became a board member of Kleinwort Benson, one of Britain's oldest merchant bank at the time. And that responsibility was always government, sovereign talks, negotiations, strategic finance, crisis management, and the territories were the Russian Federation, Central Europe, Baltics down to Croatia, then Central Asia, Middle East, all the way to Oman, and the African continent. I resigned in 2004 because I discovered that the banking system is corrupt. And since then, from then on, worked with my late father in Malaysia. When he got assassinated, we fled Malaysia back to Switzerland. Now I reside with my fiancée in Switzerland and in Paris, France.
Beautiful. Thank you, brother. One of the big things that's basically exploded in terms of the content you've been putting out is your recent videos where we talk about President Trump still being very much in control. I've been showing my audience for a long time now that what we've been seeing is a complete act, as in actor Robo Biden, as I like to call him. And obviously with Trump being the commander-in-chief and wartime president this entire time, is it okay just to share some information on that? Like, I know you've shared it on some recent videos, but especially in regards to Executive Order 13818.
Yeah, if I want to give your audience one link, go to Rumble, because YouTube WHO canceled my YouTube channel, believe it or not. WHO, I'm Swiss citizen. in Geneva here. They canceled my YouTube channel. So anyway, since 1 year, I'm on Rumble. By the way, Tucker Carlson also joined Rumble. So yeah, you're with the right guys. I have no shares in Rumble. The Rumble channel is Neutral Swiss. All right, please put that up. I'll give you the links later, AJ. It's all uncensored. Also on Truth Social, which is President Trump's Twitter. Truth Social, I'm Najad.
Mine shows to be running over here, guys. Is y'all's YouTube not running? Mr. Arizona says his ain't, but I just checked on mine. It's running. So I don't know if it's running on y'all's or not, but it's definitely running on mine. Let me see how much further ahead I can jump it here. Well, no. Now it stopped. Well, what the heck's wrong? I don't know unless they've already killed it. Can y'all hear me? That's the question. Two different lives? Huh. I'm only supposed to have one on StreamYard and whatever's showing on YouTube. I mean, that's supposed to be it, but one on YouTube don't look like it's working for some reason or another. I mean, it ain't a plan. Huh. You can hear me, but is the video itself playing? I guess is what I'm asking. Okay, yes, 505. All right, that's all I need to know.
Najadi at Najadi for justice. Now, all what I've been disclosing since November, and it's the word disclosure. Please Google the word. Disclosure is not an opinion. Disclosure is also not newsmaking. Disclosure is defined as making something public that has most cases been formerly secret, i.e. now it's declassified or accessible for the public. Now there's a lot of stuff out there, and I'm sure everybody's frustrated because everybody seems to have the right solution. And I know this professor, no, forget it. And it's a bit arrogant, but I say we make the news. Why? Derek Johnson, buddy of mine, American veteran, military, younger than I am, a straight shooter, a man who lives by his word, always been, is a friend, a trusted allied associate of the current wartime president and commander-in-chief Trump, and General Flynn, etc., etc. And General Flynn also knows who I am. We know. The Derek Johnson has established.
Butterfly.
He went through thousands of executive orders and laws and military rules, current active orders, and it's a huge work. Federal registry. I mean, there's so much.
Thank you, Mr. Arizona.
And he has condensed it. That's one of the brains he has for this. Yeah. He look at Me Too, at the chaotic situation, and then filter it, if need be, in military and war, into one-page situation. What do we do about it? And he has established a disclosure site that is for you, for all of you, not just for some people in a circle or club. No. There's no membership. It's called thedocuments.info. It's unhackable. Some people try to hack it and destroy it. It's impossible to hack. And if anybody tries, the Space Force will know who was at it. But Derek Johnson is the man through which I came onto the track. There's not many tracks. There's one track of truth. And that's why I started communicating always with the title Disclosures, a disclosure. And the most recent disclosure, which is for everybody accessible now, is whitehouse.gov. There's a search function top right, 13818, the executive order. Just type in 13818. That's the one. Thank you very much. And let's read it.
Now,
let's use some time to read this out, if you allow me to. This is published now on the website of the White House. It is not a blog. It is a continuation, that means it's active, of the national emergency. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, you're all jaded, I know that, but a national emergency is not a virus or some stupid, whatever, fake news. It is when I have enemy aircraft bombing my capital. That's a national emergency. With respect, and now listen, please.
turning
with
guns.
respect to serious human rights abuse. The word serious, human rights abuse, and corruption means serious corruption.
Hello,
On
Mr.
December
Craig Jacob.
20th, 2017, when President Trump, was in his first mandate, he has enacted this, authored, and signed and enacted this Order 13818. And we just go to the second, please, paragraph, which reads, the prevalence and please note the words chosen. The prevalence and severity, severe, of human rights abuse, which means severe human rights abuse, killing people, and corruption that have their source in whole or substantial part, let's call it majority, outside the United States, continue since 2017 to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, this thing is not just a presidential executive order declaring a national emergency, which is bad enough. This is at the same time, and AJ, please correct me, a clear matter of national defense being attacked, and makes it a military order, an order to defend the nation. And you do that with the military. This is now disclosed, a bit backdated, 18th of December of a few weeks ago, last year. This is the final package of a disclosure that is so far possible to disclose by the US military and the current wartime president. It is a clear signal to all of you that you are safe. Nothing will happen to you, those who report the truth and report bad elements, rogue elements now, because it's evidence for you that this is a war operation. And I get to the other part of it. Why is President Trump wartime president? Because on the 20th of December 2019, he has formed the United States Space Force and inaugurated it. That's first. The last time something was inaugurated by the US military was the Air Force. I think it was in the 50s as a military branch, or more, 70 years ago. This is the youngest, since a long time, inauguration of a new independent US military branch, the 6th of the US military, and is the Space Force, USSF. It's very important for you to realize that. On the same day, President Trump has put under the War Powers Resolution Act 50, I think it's chapter 33 or 30, I can't remember now in my head, but I should know that, but today I had many numbers in my head. But anyway, Act 50, 33, I believe, War Powers Resolution Act. It's an act, it's law. He has put in section 1550. You must read this, where he not only declares war, a defense war, where he also he triggers allied military forces to join under the command of the United States military, the defense war, which is global. That includes the US territory, of course, because enemies have infiltrated, we know that. Deep state. The enemy is not throwing bombs on us, the people in Switzerland, in France, here in Paris, or in I don't know where. No, no, no. This is different. This is defense war. It is war. Warfare is mobilized. Ships are everywhere. Navy ships, US Navy. US Coast Guard, by the way, operates under the US Navy now. Go and check. That's only possible because the US Coast Guard normally operates under the Homeland Security. In the official website, you will not see this, but I'm disclosing this to you. You will see radar pictures of US Navy helicopters on US Coast Guard ships. That's impossible, unless in a medical emergency. They don't interoperate. They operate in different branches. But the Coast Guard, further evidence, is since 2019 working under the US Navy. It's integrated. Why? To enlarge the logistical capacity of this enormous war. I was told, I can disclose that more of a total of more than 24 allied military, please look at the word, allied military forces are in this alliance. It's a war alliance, an active war alliance, doing active duty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The exact list of nations, I don't know, but we have, with Derek Johnson, he's been kind enough to share radar pictures, which are not secret. They can Flight Radar 24 or what these things are called. We have tracked French Air Force, Italian Air Force, British material flying in US airspace and being stationed on US regional airports without any military attachments. That's only possible during war.
Mm-hmm.
So, in some airport between Idaho and Chicago, I don't know, on some field, you have a massive US Air Force contingent aircraft or European forces stationed overnight. Hello? Then we go further. Derek Johnson has given this to all of you. This website, this is hard work. He hasn't done this for ego. And by the way, the fact that he is able to do this, has been able to do this and share it now with us and you, tells you something else. He couldn't do this and publish this, believe you me, because during wartime, go and check the manuals. The US Law of War Manual 2015, updated July 2023. It's a thick book, is in force, applicable also in England, where you are, AJ, here in Paris, in France, in America, everywhere is applicable. The War Law Manual of the United States is in force because the United States are at war. So stop with your lawyers, save the money, because the state justice judiciaries, as we know, me too in Switzerland, is unreliable. I use kind words. President Trump uses a more poignant word called corruption. I call them unreliable, means the same thing, but it's a bit nicer. Don't waste your energy with lawyers trying to get you into some lawsuit against, forget it. We are past this. We are at war. You report this if you want to the US military, you can. Every embassy has an attachment. If there's a serious violation you observed, evidence, please do that. Report these people. Also pedophiles, report them. Because Operation Storm, I call it conveniently Operation Storm because I don't know the secret name, but I think when President Trump said storm, it fits the purpose. A storm is there to cleanse this one, not to destroy.
Mm-hmm.
It is to liberate all of us. It is and Trump said it in Washington in March on stage at the APEC. He said, I will totally obliterate the deep state. Ladies and gentlemen, as a businessman, as a citizen, as a president, as a Minister of Defense, you do not make that public statement and antagonize a force called the deep state, which is mafia, to make it simple, without having the red button that you could have already carried through or push it, right?
Yep, absolutely.
You don't. As a lawyer in a negotiation, corporate affairs, you don't threaten the other side without having said, oh, here's the evidence. Okay, you can do that. But if you don't have this evidence, you don't threaten a judge. Or no, don't do that. You find another way. So people got to use their university, and it's not some MBA, excuse me, MBA guys, crap, MBA diploma. No, it's here. University is in everybody's head, and it's owned by you, and you give the university your programming. And all we give you now is disclosure to read and comprehend, because that's what I warn you. If you don't now read what we disclose, then you will have a hard time to get to grips what is soon coming to surface, to light. The Operation Storm is still covert. You can call it clandestine. Clandestine is not illegal. Clandestine means really nobody knows about it.
Yeah.
And well, it's now covert. We know about it. We're disclosing it, giving you the federal registry links, giving you the Executive Order 13818. If you use your brains, you understand this is the war, this is the target, and the human rights abuse, severe and serious, is COVID-19. Now, Joe Biden, very important point. If I say Trump is president, yes, he's wartime president. Why? On the 20th of December 2019, he declared war. The Space Force was formed, made him, after Roosevelt, the second in history of the United States wartime president. Now, that's a statute. That's a legal statute. That is, you have unfettered, without Congress, full, as it should be, commander-in-chief, full power in a war to decide absolutely everything, including media, everything. And like censorship, because that's war now, all right? Now, the status of wartime president is only reversed, not through election, through a peace agreement or a declaration of conflict resolution or a simple ending of the conflict war by the wartime president. Then the person goes back to president. And I can tell you another thing. We are not taking down the global deep state and expose the rogue governments that have betrayed us and our constitutions, 194 nations and leaders and ministers and stuff, and judiciaries. We're not doing all this hard work since 2019 just to have another government come to power or some other, fat politician promising the blue sky to the people. It's over. Democracies are over. Plato said democracies don't work. And you know what? The guy was right.
Absolutely.
The dude was absolutely spot on. Parliaments, all political systems and democracies will be cancelled, removed.
I think he might be talking about us going, the whole world going to kingships. I'm not sure of that. I'm just saying it's what it sounds to me like.
All the responsible people, and I hope they watch this now, have been already and will be charged right now under the Law of War Manual 2015 of the United States for crimes against humanity and corruption and pedophilia too. And we will not replace them with new, fresh elections and new chances for some political parties to evolve. Forget it. It's gone. It's over. That system is the old world of the so-called New World Order, fake news, deep state. We're going to simple military administration, and the Uniform Code of United States Military Justice is then the basis. And the courts are military courts. Everything gets resolved there. And the military officers who are judges, they have no salary in particular. They have no Bentleys or golf course memberships or to worry about, or fancy dresses. They are officers, they are military judges, and they're doing their job under strict internal military intelligence, etc., etc. So it's the end of corruption from government. And this all is done not against us. This is not a reset of Schwab. This is our hard reset. It's a factory reset to keep the Apple laptop. We like it. and the freedoms of it, but we're protecting the software now. And that's the people. And the software is the Constitution. And the Constitution is already now, by the way, you can refer to it to Magna Carta, is protected by the US law of war manual already today. And Trump promised it. People didn't listen. He said, we will give the power back to the people. He said it. Trump never broke his word, never. His word is his bond. I can tell you this, okay? It's the way it is. The dude, this man, is not just a talk machine on a talk show like all these politicians that we had. No. He and the US military are in charge. And now you will ask me.
Yes, absolutely, LSP. I can't see him be anywhere else. Although Doc was a gruff guy, you know, I don't think he ever done anything bad enough not to be in heaven with our Father. So I agree, LSP, and I think that's exactly where he is. And good to see you, LSP. Welcome, brother. And I tell you what, this guy is saying everything he says, I agree with 100%, at least so far. We'll hear the rest of it, though.
Biden. Well, he was executed and buried on the 20th of January 2021 under the US law.
Oh, dear God. How many times have I told about this, except I said it was 2019. He's saying 2021. But I don't think it makes much difference.
Of war manual, which is in force, as I just told you, for high treason and human rights abuse, which means crimes against humanity, COVID, the PSYOPs, which was started by Obama, Clinton's, helped Fauci, Biden, and many others, Tedros, Swiss ministers. We don't know. We'll find out when they're executed.
Dave's not here, man. Welcome.
So don't be afraid about the WEF, please. It's just laughable. Don't. Just go worry about your children and family, how they do in school, and get them away from this LGBT stuff. That's something you have to worry about. Everything is under control. It's the largest military operation ever assembled in human mankind's history, ever.
Yeah.
The Second World War, AJ, correct me, it was 14 visible generals, but it was ultimately 4 allied components with the Russian Marshal Turkov. Let's not forget the Soviets who really exterminated the Nazis. And now we have 200. That's what I have confirmed, disclosed. Derek Johnson also, he disclosed 200 active duty right now, military generals. Now, AJ, you've been in the military in active duty. Me too. We don't have generals in our country, but a general has a huge pyramid of massive warfare material, planes, depends which branch you are, munitions, and men and women that serve this general, this department. 200. Ladies and gentlemen, the Second World War was 4. Now we have 200 at work. I calculated through smart disclosures, and I then collate, which is legit. I collate, not speculate, I collate. It's about 800 that are totally, globally at work to take down the globalist deep state and all attached elements like rogue leaders, rogue ministers, corruption, pedophiles, judges, magistrates, prosecutors, bankers, Swiss banks. They will be obliterated, have been obliterated already, and many of them will be obliterated by the US military justice. Now, people ask me, why do we see Biden on television and Kamala Harris? And you see Biden, I don't know where I'm going. And then, Air Force One, he falls down the stairs. It's a brilliant man. Mostly it's Arthur Roberts. They shift him a bit.
From central casting.
It's central casting. So I also made a film. I'm a film producer in Switzerland. I was. Central casting is a special discipline in filmmaking. Then you have to make a docudrama about the real political story. You need to find an actress or an actor which really resembles from the general bone structure and height and physiognomy the protagonists. And then they have to have the similar voice. Voices don't change normally. But if you take recordings of Joe Biden, real Joe Biden, like years ago, the voice never changes. And take fake Joe Biden, then you see it's immediate.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's a central casting operation. And they say, why? Because the enemy is the global deep state. And you have to entrap these people first with stratagems. So the central casting operation is a kaleidoscope of stratagems. Mine was in Switzerland to trap the Swiss government with their fraud. I'm a victim of Pfizer. I'm dying of it. And this stratagem has been locked shut now, end of December last year. That's why that's why now you see Executive Order 13818, boom, as the war plan, which is active. That's it, really.
And this is what I was saying, Pascal, to people very well. The last few months of obviously the Biden we've been seeing is absolutely not the Biden. Anyone can see that a mile off just from looking at them.
No, he's not. Of course not. No. I want to make it clear. Joe Biden has been executed. He's dead.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris too, for high treason. And then people say there's elections. And I say, really? Democratic Party elections? Hey, guys, wake up. Have you seen the ardent Democrat leader, the traitor, Kenyan born traitor, infiltrator, Obama on stage rallying for Biden? Have you seen Mrs. Years ago, they would be on stage every day, right? In Chicago, in New York.
Massive purse.
Democratic Party. Where's Mrs. Clinton? Where is climate panic idiot John Kerry gone? Where are those showmasters which were so hungry for spotlight, weren't they? They were very much narcissistic, right? Speeches, universities. Where are these people?
Yeah.
They're not there. They're not there anymore, right? So I just explained to you the legal fact. Wartime president has no election, doesn't need election. It's at war, can't have the president change in a war. And I just informed you, disclosed to you that all systems will be taken down.
Yeah.
We will not have elections anymore. Point blank. We won't. Because the political systems, democracies will be cancelled.
Yeah.
Therefore, no elections. That's it.
There's no one to elect.
Xi has gone a bit already ahead of it. President Xi, and respect him, please, he's part of it, of us, I mean, the alliance. President Xi is already President Xi is already lifetime president. I mean, General Secretary, or what do you call that? Chairman of the, Communist Party, the Chinese Communist Party, or China, the People's Republic. And who else is with us? Of course, President Putin.
Putin, yeah.
Ukraine is deep state. 140 laboratories were evidenced, bombed by Putin's people, the military, because they were harboring the coronavirus. It's evidenced. The NATO commander, a Canadian commander, has been captured early on in the conflict and is in Moscow singing like a bird every day in prison. And everything is revealed. I don't have access to those files. They will be presented at the right time. But Zelensky, the Ukro-Nazis, they got the 100 billion from Biden. Yeah. So the US military and the US government, the real government, the Trump's, the presidency, could track the money. And what did they find out? Oh, it went to NATO pockets. Oh, it went to Ukrainian politicians buying expensive houses in Gstaad, St. Moritz, Switzerland, in Miami.
I'm not saying that I agree with him, that all the things he's saying here. I have heard for a long time now that what will happen is that new elections will be held within either 3 to 6 months. I forgot now which one it is. But new elections will be held to replace, all the assholes we now have in government. And we'll go from there. Until then, the military will be in control. And I think that's just right around the corner. And, my way of looking at things, it is. But we shall see. I mean, none of us know for sure. We definitely will see.
In
Spain,
Italy,
Marbella,
south of France.
Yeah.
Oh, they bought the yacht with that money. Oh, the weapon serial numbers, they end up with Hamas, NATO weapons. So
they weren't getting to
it's
Ukrainian
always good to
soldiers,
have-
were they? They
Sorry?
weren't getting to the Ukrainian soldiers. The Ukrainian
Of
soldiers
course
were being
not.
used like mosquitoes with very, very little.
Of course not. It's
Mm.
tragic. Of course it is tragic. Every war, and you've been there, is tragic. No one wants war. But
Mhm.
this war is to end all wars. I don't talk about the Ukrainian war. I talk about Operation Storm now. It's a
Mhm.
war operation. Is to end all the wars. That's the nicest thing of war. If you can end with one war, a big one, all other wars. And there is no US troops on Ukrainian soil. Not one.
Mhm.
The US military, of course, is coordinating with the US military, there's a Russian military command. And if people remember Helsinki 2018, it was was it the 16th or 17th of July in Helsinki when President Putin and President Trump met? They had a great meeting. Great, you could see it, very relaxed, very cool. And they made a press conference, very relaxed, very relaxed. And Putin, who never makes a joke really, took the football and gave it to him.
They gave him the
And
soccer
said,
ball.
Yeah, the soccer ball, and said, the ball is now in your court. That was after they have agreed in Helsinki, devised a plan and agreed to work together to create not only peace, lasting peace, but to take out the deep state and all other attached,
Yeah.
corrupt, rogue elements like von der Leyen, all these idiots, Stoltenberg, they're finished. And now the beauty about all this is, people, 95% of the war is won. The war has been won, but don't relax. In the
Hello,
sense,
Sure Bear.
be vigilant about reporting violations. Don't stop that. But relax in the sense you can really, and take it from me now, and don't thank me for it, thank the two presidents and all the military personnel that are in active war duty and the families supporting them. Thank those people, not me. They deserve, they deserve your thank you. You can relax. What you've seen is a film, and every film has an ending.
Absolutely.
And this one is a happy end. It is a happy end.
Mhm.
And the 5% that I mentioned are not done yet is the grand finale, is when Operation Storm will appear very soon, on all streets, but peaceful. You know, those leaders like Schwab and my government here, they have no jets or Navy ships to fight back. The military justice comes to their officers and says, come with us, please. It's very peaceful. There's no chaos or fusillade like in Africa when there's a coup d'etat. No. Remember, it's not against the country. It's taking out the rogue elements. And they have no weapons. Maybe one or two of them will try to run. But when they appear, when Operation Storm synchronized in all cities, surfaces at the same time, day or night, doesn't matter, same time. It's the hour X, day X, which I don't know. Soon, I can do that, it's soon. There will be silence, radio silence. The media will be cut off, all of it. The media responsibles that have committed crimes will be arrested as well immediately. Editors, shareholders of media corporations, journalists that wrote articles to petrify the public into the injections. All of those people, we have evidence. The evidence is everywhere. It's all cataloged. Everything is in detail. Will be picked up all of the same time. And that's where the manpower goes, is to pick them up, really. Some might want to run, but they can't. No planes, no trains, no taxis, no helicopters, no private jets, no drones, nothing. No ATMs. The ATMs will not work. Why? Not to damage us and to give us a hard time. No, we'll be in a lockdown, in a military curfew, order to shoot. It will be communicated and you stay home. That's all you do. Everything is fine. Everything is controlled. Emergency service will function. No internet. Only one channel, which is military channel, will communicate us, the public, why this is happening in a very relaxed fashion. No panic. And will ask us kindly and instruct us to stay at home, because the looters, the bad people, bad and sick people who use that to damage our cars or try to ransack honest shop of our neighbors, they will be shot. Not imprisoned, shot. But if everybody knows the rules, only the crazy ones, then they'll be shot. That's bad luck. I mean, it's their problem, not our problem. So it will be quiet, about 10 days, maybe 10, 14 days max. I disclose that to you. It's not a virus, of course. I said it in the Napoleon's tomb on Friday to these people. A virus is coming for you and you have no vaccine. And the virus is called the US Space Force, because the US Space Force since August 22, which is my birth month, is the control and command center, so the control and communication center, also firing control, of all US military branches, all of them, US Navy, US Air Force, National Guard, everything is under one roof. The US Space Force is the war command center. And the virus is the US Space Force, and those bad and sick people have no vaccine for the US Space Force. It's coming for them now.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them know it already. And the beauty is they are entrapped by our stratagems that we locked. What happens if the Swiss Federal Council now makes a runner tomorrow? He goes to Brazil. It's pretty obvious. Hey, the guy is not in the office. Where is he? Is he dead? No, he's not dead. Oh, he made a runner. Oh, boom. We're at war.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the way it's going to happen. There's no ambiguity about this. This is fact.
Yeah.
All the haters and bashers out there, don't be jealous about me. I'm not doing this for fun or ego. I have no financial means or gains, and I have no political ambitions, certainly not politics.
Salt, yes, I will. I'm going to leave it up. Absolutely.
I'm doing this as a victim for all of you, talking to AJ now, disclosing. And I want to thank Derek Johnson, my buddy, American, great patriot, military veteran, who made this great disclosure site, thedocuments.info. Everybody has to read this stuff now. It's not opinion, it's disclosure. Google the word disclosure.
Yeah.
Look, this is, in a nutshell, the short of the long.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was doing a monologue. I hope everybody got the message. Again, this is not trying to sell you an idea. No, this is not trying to convince you. You don't have to believe me. We don't really care. We don't need your likes. We don't need nothing from you, really not.
Yeah, and on that, Pascal, in terms of like personnel, we're very aware of like the severity of the crimes against humanity, like, across the whole planet, on we the people using the obviously the fake virus and the subsequent new medicine. Do you agree, and has there like come across your sort of research that like many of the medical professionals that went completely against that oath of first do no harm all around the world are going to be very much in that cohort of people that get rounded up as well?
Of course. The law of war manual includes the statutes of Rome. And after this, I will send you 3 links. Well, 2 links. Do you have the order 13818 already? I will send you the Act 50, War Powers Resolution Act 50, USC 1550.
Mm-hmm.
And the text contains laws in effect on January 22nd, 24. That's yesterday, updated, valid. And I will send you the link to the United States Law of War Manual. Okay?
Brilliant. Thank you.
And the Rome statutes are included. That includes crimes against humanity through bioweapon, the mRNA, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, all these were bioweapons. These are bioweapon, not medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Now we know it. And again, don't waste time with lawyers. Forget it. Forget it. The US military is taking care of it, really.
Mm-hmm.
No need to do anything. Except file your damage, of course, like me. I had lab reports that prepare that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Those doctors, it's beautiful for them. All their, because we had this health pass, remember this stupid QR code?
Yeah.
When we went to the vaccination center, well, it's all there. It's all in the database. At what time they were putting the needle in, which day, and it's registered which doctor. They will be charged, all of them, no exceptions. and there are millions. And the people say, oh, we don't have enough doctors. Well, we don't need those doctors. There's plenty of new generation coming now. And they made not only a sermon on the Bible, do no harm. That's one thing. But the legal act in every country, it was required to get the informed consent in writing with my signature. Yes, I want turbo cancer. Yes, I accept myocarditis as they call it side effect. It's unfortunately a primary effect of a weapon. And only if I would have signed this list with the listing of the so-called adverse effects of this injection and sign, I've read this, I agree and sign, then this paper must go 10 years into my medical file as evidence.
Yep.
Then the injection is not criminal because it's experimental. Okay, at that time, somebody could have said, I want this, fine. But it wasn't done, as you know, and the government's unhinged the own laws and regulations, meaning also violation of the Constitution by not demanding informed consent. So the whole chain will be punished. Of course, the executors of 20 million people and countless children that are dead already. I just got a phone call this morning from Switzerland. We live in the mountains, 2 hours from Geneva. It's hard for me. Our baker, 60-something, has passed away on myocarditis because of the injections 2 days ago. And his nephew died in a different hospital, 42 years old, an hour later.
Wow.
Same cause. Now, I always say, and I don't want to speak for President Trump, that's not my right, not my duty. But if I can, I think I know what we all think, how we think in the military. They have crossed the red line. There's only one red line. And they have done a beyond biblical attack on the human species. It's a democide, not a genocide. Genocide, you know that from AJ, from your rules when you were on the duty, is a race, a skin color, an orientation, a flag.
Yeah.
Exterminating somebody from that property. But this is babies to my old mother and grandmas and stuff. So it's a democide, democide attack on the human species, beyond biblical. That's what they've done. And I want everybody to understand what I'm saying now. Our response now has been and is now multiple beyond biblical. After this, for 1,000 years, not one, even the most sickest and bad person will ever dare to even think about doing the same. Again.
Absolutely. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we can't reiterate, enough that, enough is enough. And everyone's experienced their own experiences over the last 4 years, especially. Now it's our time, we the people, to take back our land, take back our countries, our constitutions, our education systems, our medical systems, our finance systems, all of it.
Everything. The US military war alliance is doing that for us the way it should be. And I commend the two biggest presidents involved. This is President Trump, current wartime president, commander-in-chief, Donald J. Trump, and President Vladimir Putin, under his coordination of Trump. And that's the way it is. There's no two ways about it. We have to thank all the service members, men and women, not trans, men and women, who are doing active duty, who cannot talk at home to the families. Can you imagine? They cannot tell them. Up to now, they couldn't tell them. Since 2019, they've done a great job. Not one
100%.
leak. Not one. We're not doing leaks here. We're doing disclosure. It is this.
Let me speak to Lou Ann's comment here right quick. She says, I still don't understand why Trump was pushing the jabs. Well, I can tell you a little bit about it, Leanne. That is because he wasn't pushing them, really. What he was pushing was what he took. He didn't take what we were taking. What he was trying to say is take what I took, not what they're telling you to take. That's more or less what he said. And I believe me, I was kind of upset about that. If I wasn't kind of upset, I was very upset about that for a while until it dawned on me what he was talking about. But anyway, I see what you're saying. And Ricky Hammer, hello, Ricky. Welcome, brother. Good to see you. It's definitely not warm here. It's 31 degrees here right now and headed down. But Monday, it's supposed to be back up warm again. Thank God.
Is declassified, and we only refer to .mil and .gov websites, which are United States property, and obviously not blogs and some other rubbish. So this was important, AJ, that we could meet.
Hello, Gypsy.
Any other questions? Please ask me now.
But I only have one final question, and that is,
sure.
What positive message do you have to leave the people with today? Many people have been following me for a long time now. They get it. They know we've been in this, large military operation, which I've been trying to show people for a long time. You've just basically explained in the great detail and hammered home the really important points of why that is what we've experienced. But in terms of moving forward, what positive message can we leave with the amazing, beautiful people that just want to see a new world?
First of all, I think I would like with you, AJ, to share tears, offer condolences to all fellow humans who have had to lose their loved ones, family members, friends through this abhorrent democide, which was state-sponsored by our own government. And the tragedy is unfathomable. It's unspeakable. I know that myself. I'm also dying from this stuff. My fiance, thank God not. She's not injected. What I can also tell you, I can disclose to you, is that the US military, President Trump with warp speed, they have diffused most of the charges. They have.
Mike MQ, you're absolutely right, brother. He definitely did put the military in charge of them, and a lot of them were saline. So right on. And I could add to that, but like I said, I'd like to keep my channel, so I won't.
Broken the protocols. The protocol was to have it frozen minus 30 degrees from the factory, from the storage to the vaccination center. Well, the US military has changed everything, so the formulas fell apart, many of them. And you know that so-called placebo, yeah. There's a lot of simple salines now out there.
Yeah.
And thank God, we unfortunately will lose more than 1 billion still people. We have lost 20 million, and now it's accelerating because now myocarditis, it takes time. The weapon kills 1,000 different ways. Mm-hmm. But again, not all of you will have to go through the sufferings I go through, or others had to endure or were killed, because the current wartime President Trump and the US military have diffused all that stuff as much as they could.
Yeah.
And so never give up the spirit. I think if you're aligned with yourself and take care, you're a guardian. Mm-hmm. All members of the US Space Force are guardians, not soldiers. And we are the guardians of humanity, and our light obliterates now and already the darkness of evil. Always.
Absolutely.
It's logic. And keep that spirit. And I think take care of your family and friends, the good friends, the real friends. Materialism is not the answer now. It's all not important anymore. Humanity is first, and the well-being of all of us is first. The governments or the administrations that work and will work for us under military rule will serve the people, the Constitution. Mm-hmm. And be vigilant and make your reportings now. Don't go to the police station because they're just either not informed or not. No. Prepare the files for the US military, because it all become one central office collecting all those evidences that you may have. If you know pedophiles, report them to the military, US military. That's the best way to do it. And
I think what we got to understand about the jab and all that is that, I mean, this was known about by the bad guys forever and a day, ever since. I mean, they made the plan from what, in the 60s or whenever. But so whenever they made it, whether it was the 60s, the 70s, 80s, don't really matter. I mean, everyone knew about it. So, yes, I think President Trump knew about it. I don't think there's any doubt he knew about it. But that was the reason for the saline solution stuff. That was the whole reason. And then when all this happened with the current resident, well, you know, things had to go a different way. So just saying.
Don't despair. What is going to happen is not fun, by the way. It sounds like funny. No, no, no. This is brutal in a sense, not because there's tanks on the roads, no, but everything will change for the better for humanity. But the experience is everything what you were used to in the past will not, thank God, no longer be there. There will be a new system. And how exactly it will look like, I don't know. That's a secret. And it should remain that way. And it's definitely better than anything ever for humanity. Because if you look at it in history of humankind, this is probably the first time in a global effort where humanity gets liberated from the thousands of years
Silver
existing
Girl, hello
Khazarian
there.
mafia and deep state
Welcome.
and rogue politics. And a new era will start. So that's my advice to people. Have faith. And please, we have disclosed to you now, AJ, through him, disclosure. And I give now to AJ those links. Please use them as
License.
check and
Good to see you
verifying
again, brother.
elements. You must do that now yourself. If you don't do it, you will have a hard time to experience a hard landing. And we don't want that now. That's why we are allowed to disclose.
I understand, license. Hey, brother, just go get well and get to feeling better. We'll be praying for you. Good luck out there.
And that's what we're doing. And by the way, don't expect any press conference from Trump saying, I'm going to, no. In a military operation, the last thing you do is a press conference about your ongoing war.
Yeah.
And this won't happen. And don't expect your government, don't trust your government at the moment. Just don't.
Angel
And
Rose,
don't
hello.
trust any newspapers, mainstream. Throw your TV out of the window. Watch AJ's channel. Go to my Telegram. I'm disclosing, I'm not reposting crap, sorry to use my French, of other people. I'm doing my own news. We make the news now. And this is all referenced news to .mil.gov. That's all I can tell you. We cannot do more than that. We can't.
Yeah.
Anything else would be invention. And we can't. We don't want to, and we can't. And we cannot share military secrets because we don't carry such secrets. We don't want to carry them, and we don't need to carry them. I want the military operation to be, as it is, secret at the moment. And they're doing the right thing. They're professionals at work. And AJ, you have been in the field with comrades and with commanders. You've been with good people, I'm sure. You've also seen some stupid ones like I had in my military, and we know them too. But the competent ones, we have the best now at work. And some of them are risking their lives, by the way, to do the duty call. And my respect goes to all of them and all of humanity that we could go and survive this together, because it's the most exciting time ever.
Yeah, absolutely, brother.
And at the Space Force, to finish off, we always say, Semper Supra, always above. That's the motto of the Space Force, US Space Force. The Marines, which are also very important, and the President's Choice for Protection, are Semper Fi. Many people know that one. But because the Space Force is new, I'd like to market them a bit with you guys, and the kids as well, the young guys looking now. Space Force is great. Go to the website. It's a great website. It won't disclose what I've told you, that they're the central hub. That's more the registry stuff, which is complicated to analyze, but we give you the references. But the Space Force, we say, or they say, Semper Supra, Latin for always above. Humanity is always above, and we are trading relationships with space that we always had.
Absolutely, brother. My kind of language.
Semper Supra.
Guys and girls, I'm sure you can join me in giving Pascal huge thanks for joining us today and to share all the information that he has with us.
Thank you, Pascal, for sharing all that information you had with us. See, I thanked him, and I do appreciate it. But it's not like I didn't already have that information. I've been telling about all this for basically years, but it's good to have someone else to come along and say the same thing always. I mean, no doubt about it. But, and I saw what Salt said a while ago. If she said that we're not in a democracy now, we're supposed to be in a republic was her point. I don't remember if she said that or not, but that is very true. So to me, the next question is, well, all right, if this has failed, and I don't know that it has, I'm just saying if it has, our little experiment in republicanism, well then, what's next? Man, I tell you what, I don't know, unless it's just broken down county by county, state by state, and you vote like, say for instance, the governor now would be president. I don't know. I'm just making up things off the top of my head, but it seems like that would be the way to go to me. And then the local stuff. I mean, local is about the most important thing there is anyway. If you can't control the local, you can't. Darn sure ain't going to control the state or the federal. So we got to control our local situation before we try to control anything else. All right, I think I'm going to play. Let's see, which one was it? One that's Chap sending us a few minutes ago. Let me find which one it is right quick because I don't forgot. That ain't it. That ain't it. I think that's it. So let's see. Right here, I do believe. And this was sent in by Chap just a few minutes ago. So get over here to it. And this is of a Chinese guy. Well, I'll just read the header here. It says, this Chinese migrant tells me why he illegally crossed into the U.S. in Jacumba, California, to take the money, adding he wants a job. To take the money.
Where in China are you from?
I come from Guangzhou.
Where?
Guangzhou.
Guangzhou?
Yeah.
Where in the U.S. do you want to go?
LA?
Do you know what
Maybe.
city?
Yes, maybe.
What city do you want to go to?
I don't know.
Yeah?
I don't know.
Okay. Why did you come?
Take money.
Money?
Yes.
For
Of
job?
course.
Yes.
There's no job in China.
Maybe. I don't know. Yes.
Where in China are you from?
I come from Guangzhou.
I think he's actually from dipshit. It's just my opinion, but I think he's from dipshit China. That's what he sounded like. I mean, if I was going into another country, I wouldn't say, hey, I'm coming here for the money. Even if that's what I was coming for, I would, tell a little bit of a fib to make it sound good anyway. He sure didn't. Thank you, Chap, for sending that in, brother. All right, let's see what else we got here. We'll try a little bit of this one right here. It ain't that long anyway. Y'all be sure and read all that just going by now. He sure is, Chap, no doubt. Sure, slow country. Go right ahead, brother.
When you first come into the music industry, you gotta take the oath. There is no ifs, ands about it. You're gonna take the oath. Just because you get a recording contract don't mean that you're part of the elite. You just on a recording contract, and yes, you have to take the oath whenever you get a contract, but you're not necessarily a part of the elite because you're not making any money. The people who are part of the elite and do blood sacrifices to get to where they are, they've been hand chosen. And they went to them and said, look, we believe that you can be an asset to our family. Are you willing to be a part of the family? We can put you at the 20 million marker. We can put you at the 30 million marker. And you'd be like, well, what do I have to do?
Of course, you're uncertain, Cal. Naturally, so was I, till I met him. But now imagine, if you can, a life without uncertainty, freedom from doubt, the ability to choose, single-mindedness.
One life from each of us, Cal, is all he asks. And he rewards our devotion 1,000-fold.
Personal desires. Oh, yes, of course, anything. That's part of it.
It's only the beginning.
There was a time, Cal, when man was at one with the gods before the fall. Now we're at one again.
Cal, we want you to join us.
I don't know if I can show this or not, all this. I don't know how long this movie clip is. I hadn't watched it, so I just have to interrupt it every few seconds here, I guess, till I see.
They give you a taste of the good life. You know, they take you on private vacations to isolated islands, or you get the penthouse suites in hotels. You get yachts, private jets, shopping trips. They lavish you with gifts. They make it look like it's the good life. This is the good life. Join us. You can have anything you want. You are a god. You can have the world. This is what they tell them. They don't tell them the small writing. And so people get infatuated by the luxury and the lavishness of being, running elbows with the rich and the elite. Your own private jets and yachts and islands. The good life. They're treated very well. And then
I'll mute it then, Slow Country. Thanks for letting me know that, brother.
they join. They decide, okay, I'm going to join. I'm going to join with you guys. You start moving through the levels and you realize, hey, wait a minute, this isn't what I signed up for. Because then you start learning the ghastly truth of Satanism.
Mike, I got to tell you, brother, that's a very good opinion you got there. And I've said before, that's exactly what I think might happen. Because, Q never did say what military. He just said the military is the only way. He didn't say it was ours or whose. I think it is ours myself, but good point, brother.
And then when you get in, it's rituals, eating babies' hearts, sacrificing babies, drinking blood, being forced to have, if you're married, adulterous relationships because all of them are forced into adultery. Satan doesn't honor a marriage. You're married to him. Satanists have their own services that mock Christian services. They have them almost every weekend. They have them in underground churches across America. And they do everything opposite and against what a real church would do. Why would you want to join a group of people that think eating feces and drinking urine is fun? It's not optional. You have to do it. They all do it. And they don't complain. They get beyond that stage. They don't complain. They do it. I mean, can you imagine? I mean, what do you do? You go to underground Hollywood club, a super secret Satanist club. Do they serve feces on toothpicks? These people are nasty. And you can tell us the sheer demonism, demonic beings that control them, that make them do it. I mean, what human could eat feces and not just puke? Eating feces is huge for some. Huge. Yeah, anything abominable is
sure slap the hell out of him.
Anything that we would think is totally inhuman.
Hello, Marie. Welcome, girl.
Abominable.
Good to see you.
Then that's what you must do in Satan's realm. These groups are huge. There could be 100, 200 people at a gathering. They meet on estates in people's mansions, often on a Friday or Saturday night, so it looks like the person's having a party, maybe. They meet in churches on Saturdays, underneath Catholic churches for rituals. They have these rituals where they bring in animals. And this weekend, pretty much all the groups had donkeys. And they force all the members to have sexual relations, bestiality with the donkey. Okay, you've been on my nerves for 2 months, you get the cat. And you've been on my nerves for a month, you get the dog. And you, the highest ranking of us all, you get the donkey. She chooses who gets what. And she forces them to be sodomized. They all do this, not just her. They force them to be sodomized by donkeys. They force them to perform fellatio on donkeys. And nobody gets away with it just because you're the president of the United States who goes to the Chicago ones where Penny Pritzker is in charge. Just because you're the president doesn't mean you get out. It means you have to give more. Because you've got the highest rank in the land, more abominable things are expected of you. What goes on? One of the biggest things you give up is any kind of humanity. It's nothing but about humiliation and degradation. You want more, you have to give more. You have to give up everything about what makes you human. And they all don't sit around in their black robes. That's so Hollywood. Because in all these rituals, a big part of them is the orgies that take place. They all take their clothes off. They're all doing drugs. It's part of their requirements. When you serve Satan, your duties never end. It's always more and more and more and more. And on top of eating poop and drinking urine and practicing bestiality with donkeys, you have to sacrifice. You have to cause death and suffering. And when you cause death and suffering, it's accredited to you, and that's more power that you get. These people are willing to have sex with donkeys to help ask people to support their fashion lines, because you don't get a big name brand in America unless you're one of them. So Kanye West is coming out with a new fashion line. He wants everybody's support.
It is first.
So yeah, he'll do his rituals in Chicago and ask for everybody's support.
What happens? They start thinking about things, and the conscience wear on them, and they're getting these phone calls saying you didn't throw up the goat today, and notice you didn't do those subliminal messages like we told you to in your record. So what's up with you? I'm just having a nervous breakdown. Get your ass together and get your act together. See, Fantasia tried that, and they got her back on track. I'm telling you, they had them second thoughts. It's too late. You get me? Fantasia got in too deep. Now, when she had first won American Idol, she should have just took the contract and left it alone. But see, they want more. And how they get you, they dangle stuff in front of you. Well, you can get, the way you going, you get a shoe line, you get a jog line, you get these clothing, your shirt. How would you like all that? Just keep doing what you're doing. They're putting it in your head, so later on they're going to pick your ass and say, you gave any thought to want to go higher? I would love to be in a $20 million club. Okay. Then they have one of them women come. See, a man ain't going to have a woman that's of the sisterhood be like, well, this is what we need you to do. I ain't sucking him off. Well, don't tell me what you ain't going to do, ho. You're going to suck him off, and you're going to. And if you don't do it, you will not have the money you have now. We're going to freeze your account. And if you tell the secrets, we'll kill your family. And she'd be like, what you talking about? They got pictures of your family, man. Once you become a part of these people, they have private investigators to go around taking pictures of your family. Did you know that?
When you join into Satan's kingdom and you join the high levels of the Brotherhood, it's expected of you to be as vile as possible. If you can't be vile, you're not going to get anything. You stop going to the meetings and you stop going to rituals, you start slowly losing everything that you had built up. You have to give to get in Satan's kingdom. They didn't have to do rituals. These freaks are always needing to do rituals together. Because if you want to, the movie roles coming in, then you've got to keep doing the rituals. If you want more fame as a singer, you want more time on the award shows, then you've got to be doing your time in the rituals. If you don't do your time in the rituals, then you suffer. Satan makes you pay. If you want to be a celebrity in Hollywood, then your attendance at these parties is going to be mandatory. Eating feces, drinking urine, having illicit sex with these old men. You give up everything.
See, that's dealing with the realization that they sold. They can't see. Every day they have to be high. They have to like be on a planet of nowhere, because when you really think about what you've done for a few dollars, and they sad as hell. Everybody asks that question in the hood. Well, damn, man, they got them houses, they got all them freaks. How could they be sad? Because the Lord make you shame-faced after so long. The Lord put the shame on you and show you to your face. You sold out for a season.
If your ultimate goal is to be famous, then you're gonna do a lot to get there, like sign your name in blood in a contract with the devil.
Nice and short, but straight to the point, which is the way I like them. Southern Belle, hello there and welcome. Good to see you. All right, let's see what else I got up here. I think I got a few things left. This next one I'm going to show is kind of like I think this is it. No, I'll tell you, I'll go ahead and share Slow Countries here first. I think this is the one he sent in. Pretty sure it is. And this is a Joe Rambo post. He says, going through my archives and came across this again. Do yourself a favor and watch this through. How the hell is this possible? This is why people start believing in things like time travel. Heavy Metal Magazine, 1990. There are so many future proves past moments in this clip, it will blow your mind. Red Hat, The Wall, The Plan. You could watch this 5 times and see more proofs every time. I want Trump eliminated, question mark, exclamation point. Trump crosses the line of hero. I thoroughly agree. Let me make sure it's showing over here, and it is. And I have no idea whether this is copyrighted music here or not, so I'm just going to have to guess. I'm afraid it is, though, so I'm just going to let the video play. Have to do a lot of reading. Well, I'll read it for you. It says, in a certain way, that the wall was always there. It was just invisible. And the guy in that sentence says, spare change. Still, decent people had to put up with all kinds of harassment and discomfort. Please help me, he says. The annoyances were downright disgusting. Disgusting. Why don't they get a job? Back, scum. That scum be us, I guess. Soon that invisible barrier just wasn't enough. I was only doing my job, says the dude. All these people about to tear down that barrier, I do think. enter Harry Helmsley and Donald Trump Jr., two forward-looking gentlemen who realized it was high time to get together and sign that dotted line. Right on. And they got a solution right there in front of them. Oh, crud. I wish that music quit playing. And so began construction of the Great Wall. They moved with God's speed and met with little dissidence. And when they did, they got their necks broke, looked like. Before you could say Mar-a-Lago, the task was done. Boy, that's a fast wall, now I'm telling you. A magnificent wall separating the east from the west, the good from the bad, a haven for the beautiful people. On the historic day, thousands crowded in as anticipation of Harry's wife Leona cut the cord. Keep off the damn grass, it says. Or the grass. Leona was graced with the job of selecting the haves from the have-nots. Darling, your new nose is too perfect. The only checkpoint where the queen stands guard. Checkpoint Leona. You look fab. Do come in. Seems like the party lasted for years. The party. Y'all think I ain't going blind? Damn near there, too. For a good while, everything ran smoothly. Helmsley Street, Trump 5th Avenue, Trump 25th Avenue, Ches Trump. I guess it's the way you say that. But in time, it became clear that half an island would not be big enough to support two titans. WTRP. Trump got one side of the road and the other guy's got the other. That little SOB has pushed me too far. I want Trump eliminated. Trump. Trump's associate, well, I didn't get to read that one. Guess I could go back a little bit, but I ain't gonna. Failure to respond to this notice will result in penalties. Damn, looks like it. And immediate steps will be taken to remove you and your possessions from the premises. Night of the Long Skates, as it became known, culminated in the burning of Trump's Wolfman Rink. Wolfman Rink. Well, never heard of such stuff before in my life. Burning whatever rink. Trump himself narrowly escaped with his life and a bit of pocket change. And there he is coming out the gutter. And was forced to go underground on the west side, not the website. Donnie T moving on, huh? Well, well, now hang on here. I didn't get to read that. His guardian demons rose up from the ranks of the angry and dissatisfied. Have a hat. Why don't you have a job? One reason, Hemsley. To serve and protect. Yeah. Why do we live like this, Hemsley? Have a free hat. Well, at least they're giving away hats. An unstoppable juggernaut. Hemsley. Whose fault? I don't know. That concludes tonight's Bites here on N, I guess, where the only news is good news. Now stay tuned for the porno classic Hannah Does Her Sisters. Damn. Meanwhile, Hemsley had grown complacent with his success. So here's my plan. I don't know if it's Donnie T or who said that, but somebody said it. He's in prison, so it must be. It says guard, though. High voltage. Danger. And they got a guard all wrapped up and everything here. That's it, girls. Mm-hmm. He's watching a porno, I think. Tick, tick, tick. Boom. Oh, my goodness. And the walls. Trump beat the crap out of the walls. Wait a minute now. The looting and pillaging lasted through dawn, but miraculously none of Trump's properties were touched. Right on. Harry and Leona Hemsley were given a ceremonious bon voyage party. My hair is just ruined, she said. Doggone it. And Donald Trump crossed over the line a hero. Well, I know this ain't near as good as it would be if it was, the original music and all, but hope y'all understand where I'm coming from. I had a scheme that has brought we the people to this glorious moment. I hold in my hand plans for a monument so we will never forget our great struggle. A symbol of the spirit with which it will be built. And that's got to be Donnie T talking there. And so it came to pass that the new People's Monument was created. Where? I don't see it yet. A shining achievement spanning north to south, commemorating all the little people who had helped Trump realize his dream. And that one says dump Trump. There's a bug up there. It says, hey you, kitty, don't rock the boat. By the youth of today, no respect for history. Oh well, all's wall that ends wall.
Executive orders that will save thousands of lives, millions of jobs.
When I say I don't know what to do here because I've got to mute it because they got the music playing. And so I guess I'm going to have to skip ahead just a little bit. Man, I hate to do that because I know it's going to be cutting out a good part of the shit.
These two orders are part of an immigration reform we outlined during the campaign.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we all got to remember. All this stuff was outlined well before the campaign, but anyway.
With our friends in Mexico to improve safety and economic opportunity on both sides of the border. The Secretary...
Man, I'll tell you, I hate to keep muting this, but I ain't got any choice. I don't think.
Of Homeland Security, working with myself and my staff, will begin immediate construction
I guess I'm just going to have to talk for a few seconds and, let certain things happen that are supposed to happen before I go any farther. Because I don't want to get my channel taken down again if there's any way I can keep from it. But I mean, listen to this might be worth it, but, I don't know yet. It does. I agree, Slow Country. Future definitely does prove the past. No doubt about it.
So badly needed. You folks know how badly needed it is. As a help.
But I sure wish they'd kill that music. And heck, I can stop it every couple of seconds because of, a certain company that don't want any kind of music. You know what? I got I don't guess you call it a strike, copyright strike, but a warning on my last video because there was, just a few little clips of music. I think there were 3 clips of music, if I remember right, in that video. And they didn't shut it down in this country, but they shut it down in a lot of other countries, that video, because those 3 little old pieces of music I played, or they played. What's up, Buff? Good to see you, brother. Just got through playing the video you sent in a while ago, Buff. It was a very good one. Thank you. All right, now let's see if I can get back to it for a few seconds.
Help very badly. This will also help Mexico by deterring illegal immigration from Central America and by disrupting violent cartel networks.
I don't know how long you're supposed to let it go before you can, play it again, but whatever. I'll just have to keep butting in here as much as I hate to. But not that I mind butting in. I just like to butt in when I want to butt in, not when I'm told to butt in.
As I've said repeatedly to the country, we are going to get the bad ones out, the criminals and the drug dealers and gangs and gang members and cartel leaders. The day is over when they can stay in our country and wreak havoc.
Thank God, man. I can't wait for that day. When we know that they are gone. You did miss a sword dance, Buff. Sorry about that. I could always play it again, but I don't want to. Good to see you, Buff. I'm glad you finally made it. Robin says, don't play it if it could stop your show. We can look for it somewhere else. Oh, it'd definitely stop it, I do believe. Oh, heck, I dance with everything, Van. I dance as girls, or I used to anyway. With swords, I can take it a lot easier than I can with a girl, though. I mean, when you dance with a girl, you got to really shake them tootsies. So with a sword, I can just kind of, fake it.
For years, the media has largely ignored the stories of Americans and lawful residents victimized by open borders. To all of those hurting out there, I repeat to you these words. We hear you, we see you, and you will never, ever be ignored again.
If that ain't Q, I'll kiss your ass and give you a week to draw a crowd. And I'll kiss your ass on Main Street if that ain't Q saying the same things. I mean, yeah, that was back when he was publicly in office, but still, I mean, to me, it seems pretty darn straightforward. Let's see what else. Oh, yeah, I like that Slow. That was a good video. I just hated having to read it, but, they are what they are. That was the one I just played. I thought you sent me another video, Slow Country, so I went to check, and it was the same one. But thanks anyway. I can't say that word. Tchaikovsky. Saber dance is hard to dance to. It sure is, but I can do it. I'm good at it. Hello, Tin Cannon. Welcome. Good to see you. And Mr. John Downing, too. Just saw you there, John. Welcome, John. Good to see you, brother. Tin Can says, I'm the only one without a wrench. I like being ignored. Well, I'm so glad of that, Tin Can, because I'm very good at ignoring. No, not really. I'll give you one of these days. If you come back, another time or two, I promise. I promise. All right, let's see what else we got here. I think I ought to play some of these. All right, now let's see, said the blind man. All right, and this is basically the same thing as reading a while ago, but I just want to go ahead and read it because after all, it is up here. So here we go. And this is from Jack Straw, and this is what the first video that I played was talking about. Global U.S. military operation storm reality in 2024. This article is shocking on so many levels. First, it is CNBC. Second, it calls DJT our current president. Third, it calls his current operation the total obliteration of the globalist deep state. Fourth, it calls out individuals such as Fauci, Biden, the WHO, the WEF, Gavi, Bill Gates, etc., influential traitors and demociders who have committed a democide and high treason of unprecedented proportions. Fifth, it calls a, jab disguised as an experimental mRNA gene-altering substance. Sixth, this article alliterated DJT's 2018 assembling of a 33-nation alliance to combat the worldwide deep state. And seventh, this article lays out the Q operation perfectly. This is a must-read. There is so much included in this blockbuster article, I can never cover it all. Well, I'll try. He says, and this is from CNBC, in the year 2023, it has become evident that the COVID, was meticulously planned and executed long before its implementation. From 2020 until the present day, influential traitors and demociders such as, I just read that, Swiss Health Minister and President Alain Berset, Emmanuel Macron, Lula of Brazil, von der Leyen, I can't say some of these things, Trudeau, and numerous other individuals, is in positions of power within governments, supranational organizations, NGOs, military factions, and the medical field have actively worked against the welfare of humanity. They have committed a democide and high treason of unprecedented proportions, surpassing even the most devastating events described in biblical texts. The motive behind their actions becomes clear when we examine their unified support for the injection of a disguised as an experimental mRNA gene-altering substance into over 5.7 billion people. 5.7 billion people. That's a few head right there. But, man, it's so good to see stuff like that coming out, regardless where it is. And thanks again to Buff. Buff sent that in too. Thank you, Buff. Appreciate that. I got to try to find something else on here now. Let's see. SSSE. All right, we'll go with that one right now. And let me go back here, go right there, go over here and a little bit everywhere. Now, some of these are, they may be a little, they may be from last week. I'm not sure when they're from, but all right, let's see. All right, let me show. What happened? Wait a minute. Where the hell did it go? Shit. I didn't intend for you to start yet. I ain't ready for you to start yet. Got to get you up on the screen first. Now,
Is Walmart an entity of the government operating in the private sector meant to usher in martial law? Is its purpose found even in its name? Fact number 1. To understand the truth about Walmart, you first need a history lesson. The founder, Sam Walton, is long deceased, but his legacy is very much alive. What is he remembered for? Well, you may not know that Sam Walton was a part of the U.S. intelligence agency during World War II and a security chief over internment camps located inside of the United States. These camps held
Hello, Peanuts, Nana.
thousands of whites of German and Italian descent and Asians of Japanese descent. They were held there after FDR violated their constitutional rights. Sam Walton oversaw these prisoners of war. The Walmart U.S. government connection is not new, you see. It goes way, way back. From 2001 through 2016, Walmart has received an estimated $50 to $100 billion in secret subsidies granted by the U.S. government. There are entire websites dedicated to following Walmart's grants, tax breaks, and earmarks. These websites unanimously agree that Walmart has received tens of billions of dollars in kickbacks over the years. Why are they getting so much money? Is it merely to keep their prices low?
And now, as this thing is moving forward, we're starting to see the disaster response team. They also have, this is Walmart's website, so this is not some conspiracy. This is nobody's second opinion. This is what they put out about themselves. They say there are 6 disaster distribution centers strategically located across the country and stocked to provide rapid response to communities in the event of a natural disaster. Each distribution center is more than 1 million square feet, and they distribute to 90 to 100 stores each. So it's not that this hasn't occurred to them.
YouTube community, I'd like to show you this. I found that it has a license plate for Arkansas, and as you can see, this is a Walmart disaster response team. This pretty much confirms that this is going to be a FEMA camp and martial law and all that.
Hello, I make this video not a happy man. I'm at the neighborhood Walmart in San Jose, California. And this is what it has become. I did not want to believe it, but it's happening. Anyone who knows anything about jail or anything about that knows what this is. That is a holding area.
This is actually where they're hearing these booms, actually.
So that first portion, that first clip there, came from an older video. As many of you know, I'm uploading my archive over here on these alternative platforms since they deleted my YouTube channel. So when I was going back to this one, I wanted to kind of revamp it and update it. We had talked about this during the hurricanes and different things, that we could see them setting up this system around us. But a lot has happened in the few years since that video was uploaded. Now we can see that they are open about building these quarantine camps, they're calling them since COVID, all over. They're building literal concentration camps to hold people against their will for this reason or that reason. And they have started converting the Walmarts. Several of them have shut down. We know, remember Casa Padre, that they converted that Walmart to hold the immigrants coming across the southern border. And we went through and showed that they had done that with several Walmarts. So I wanted to add that information here into this video because back then we didn't have that information. So when we saw these people taking the footage saying, why are they closing down this Walmart? Why did they close down all these Walmarts? Remember, they all just mysteriously busted a pipe in the same week and they shut them down without any notice. The employees didn't even know not to come to work. They showed up and the doors were locked. That's how fast they converted some of these Walmarts. So that's what we're expecting to see. Not all of them. It'll be, you know, as they need. But clearly, this thing was set up from the beginning by Sam Walton, who was an intelligence agent. He worked in the concentration camps on American soil back during World War II. So why wouldn't we think that he would be the guy for the job when they're building the concentration camps for World War III? In 1942, here it is. It's Executive Order 9066. Look it up. We've done this before. But when the tyrannical leftist FDR did it during World War II, it wasn't even what they would say illegal immigrants. These weren't people who committed any crimes. These were Japanese Americans. These were.
Just see the number on that first executive order. It was 9066. Well, a 9, when you break it down, is 333. So I'll leave the rest. Oh, there it is right there. I didn't see that. 9066. So to me, that's 666.
American citizens that they rounded up just because they were Japanese, and we had been attacked at Pearl Harbor. And let me break in here, because a lot of people right there will be like, oh, but that's okay. It's always okay if it happens to somebody else, right? It's okay if you round up somebody else who's just an innocent citizen living their life for fear, right? Because we fear them, we fear this. And that's a slippery slope, because there are people who fear you and I. Just because, what did Justin Trudeau say? We have unacceptable views. You know, they really think we should be rounded up because we have, quote, unacceptable views. And when you have a regime that has overthrown the United States to where we don't have a voting system anymore, and this regime comes out and says that if you try to defend yourself against this communist takeover, you are a domestic terrorist, even if that is just walking on a government sidewalk with a sign. This shows that all the way back then, people were ready to accept a dictatorship in times of war. All of a sudden, executive orders, which were very rare. Now everything's an executive order. We don't even need a legislative branch. Congress should just go home, because everything is done by executive order. They're just like dictators. I mean, that it has happened. It's not coming. It's already happened. But anyway, that shows you that to round up all of these American citizens in World War II and put them in these internment camps, all it took was one executive order. So people who think that this is going to be like super gradual and it's not going to be an ambush, you know, you need to prepare. You need to prepare your hearts, your soul, get right with God, and prepare your families physically. Because this isn't just happening in the United States. This picture on the screen are the internment camps in Australia. It's out in the open. We don't need to sneak around in the woods looking for abandoned prisons or something for FEMA camps anymore. You saw with COVID-19, when they launched this thing, they just took over the hotels. They took over existing buildings, and they started building out in the open, internment camps out in the open. All they have to do is give you an excuse. And again, all done by executive order. Nobody had to draft a bill and pass it and all these people vote on it, or the Americans get to go to the ballot and vote on this measure or that. No, it was just like, this is the way it is. We're going to snatch you when you get off the airplane, and you live here now until we say you can go, until you take this injection, until you shove this nasal implant up your nose, or whatever they want to do. And that's the thing with the Walmart buildings. They have been set up not just with the holding pens outside, which now we call garden centers, but inside with pharmacies. I mean, this is Dr. Mengele's dream. Inside the camps, you can administer these injections. Everybody goes willingly to the Walmart to get their COVID vax injection, right? Their gene therapy shot. They need to get augmented right away, right? Because if they don't, and people who don't, they're dangerous. Ooh, they're so dangerous. They could pass sickness, and stuff like that. So it's all here. They've rolled out all the narratives. And I bring this part up now because many of you know, like it even made mainstream news, like Fox News and stuff picked up the prisoners in New Zealand who weren't allowed to leave these facilities until they did. either take the tests, take the injections, do whatever they were told medically, or they weren't ever allowed to leave. They were just given another 2 weeks, another 2 weeks, another 2 weeks. So I bring this up because in a second I'm going to place some prophetic dreams and visions that people have had over the many years, decades before we were talking about this. The Lord was warning people about these Walmart facilities and this, disaster response that Walmart is going to have at some point. And in some of those, you'll see that people went in willingly thinking they were going to get help, but they weren't allowed to leave for some reason. Okay, I don't want to get too far off on a tangent. Back to the FDR executive order that set up internment camps on American soil that Sam Walton just happened to run. 10 weeks after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signs Executive Order 9066, authorizing the removal of any or all people from military areas as deemed necessary or desirable. The military in turn defined the entire West Coast, home to the majority of Americans of Japanese ancestry or citizenship, as a military area. By June, more than 110,000 Japanese Americans were relocated to remote internment camps built by the U.S. military in scattered locations around the country. Okay, so now I do want to go ahead and play a handful of these dreams and visions that people have had, just to give you food for thought. Whether you think these are from the Lord or not, that's between you and God. But just to give you food for thought about what it might look like, how it might transpire, things like that. I want you to hear what our brothers and sisters in Christ believe they were shown by the Lord about these Walmarts being turned in to holding facilities, just like we saw at Casa Padre, where they held immigrants. This is why we are trying to build our outreach for Jesus Christ, our mission. This is who would think that the mission field would be right here in America instead of being sent over, on missions to third world countries and communist countries. Now our mission field is going to be here. And we need to be establishing what ours would be a thrift store, the back warehouse. If you've watched my prior videos about the project, it's huge. It's 22,000 square feet, actually, the whole entire thing. So it has the front portion that we call the Truth Library, and it's sort of like an internet cafe, and has all the books, the bookstore, and the DVDs and stuff. But then the whole back portion is more like a Goodwill or a Salvation Army, where we can take in donations of furniture and pots and pans and dishes and clothing and shoes and things that refugees need when you have to flee your home with just the clothes on your back, or one suitcase full of stuff or whatever. We don't want our American brothers and sisters, we don't want anyone anywhere to have to go into these camps. We want to rise and shine as the body of Christ and be here to meet their spiritual needs, but also their physical needs, and help them avoid having to stand in line at the food distribution centers that we know could lead to internment camps or worse. So this is what's coming. And hopefully, like I said, I'm about to give up on the project because we just can't get the financial backing. If it was a George Soros project or Black Lives Matters or even like GoFundMe, they can put up a gay pride parade or something, and it's like, boom, hundreds of thousands of dollars instantly. But the point here is, like, we have big things we need to be doing for Jesus Christ. The reason why people will go into these Walmarts for refuge and for food distribution and for the things they need, and be dependent on government as daddy, be dependent on Walmart for their disaster relief. The reason why a lot of these people will turn to the Antichrist beast system, this centralized government, is because Christians aren't standing up. We're not getting it done. It's almost like we can't believe it could happen to us. I really think that's a huge part of it. People are like, you're building a refugee center? Like, we're not even at war. Well, I mean, look what's going on in Ukraine. This is coming. Anybody who follows the Lord and hears from the Holy Spirit knows, we've known for decades, for a long, long time, that this is coming to American soil. War is coming. And just like these refugees here on the screen in Ukraine, these are regular people just like us, having to flee certain war-torn areas. And this is coming, and we need to be ready so that these people can reach out for help from the body of Christ and get the same, level of provision from the Lord as the beast system is handing out, without any of the requirements to take the mark of the beast or anything. This is very real. This project is very real. So I hope this thing gets off the ground. I really want to complete the mission, but I can't do it by myself. Takes unity in the body of Christ to build anything. So either we'll have the unity or we'll fail at the mission. But either way, the refugees are coming. And I hope they can come to us, into the arms of love and the body of Christ, other than into these camps. Okay, all of that being said, now I do want to play you the dreams and visions from our brothers and sisters who say that God has warned them about this very specific thing. And there are probably thousands upon thousands of these warnings out there. I only grabbed 5 because, as you know, stuff is disappearing off the internet so fast. Most of the links I had in my file are gone, but I do have these 5 clips. So here you go.
And then our family was held by force inside the store, which was like a makeshift prison camp. My husband and I got to stay together to sleep, and my son was in another area close by. I don't know where my daughter was.
And the right side of the parking lot was all homeless people. It was like a tent city outside the Walmart. And it was sad, but it was the new normal. It was like I was used to seeing it. And so it didn't affect me, even though if I would see that now, I think I'd be devastated. So I leaned over the temporary gate and I looked down, and they were building something. So there were guys working underneath the Walmart, and I thought it was kind of weird. And so I asked one of the guys that were working, I was like, hey, what are you doing? And they said something about an elevator shaft for employees, which I thought was weird because I didn't think there was a downstairs, but what do I know, right? So I thought that was weird, and I left. And when I turned to leave, I was instantly down below. I was down below. I knew that they were building, and they had an underground prison with a huge bathroom.
We were also dressed in prison outfits, solid color, top and bottom, and we were allowed to be outside for like 15 minutes every day. But it wasn't like green grass. It was a slab of concrete with a fence and multiple cameras facing in at us.
And I felt like I kind of had heard the word martial law in my dream. That's kind of what I was getting in the dream, is that martial law had been declared. I then looked over to the left of the Walmart parking lot, and there was a huge red tent set up. It said processing center on it. We were ushered over to the tent. And then inside the tent, there was a desk set up with military personnel behind the desk. She goes, look at the roof. And so I looked up, and I actually saw all these military men dressed in army fatigues, and they were lined up from one end of the roof to the other.
See inside the Walmart, and they were taking people to the Walmart. And inside the Walmart, there were no aisles. There was nothing in there. It was just a whole bunch of like beds and cots for people to lay down on. So that was his vision and his dream.
It don't make a difference, but I'm just going to tell you what I saw. So I was like in a room, and it was Walmart. It was Walmart. Okay, I know what Walmart looked like. I know there are signs. Everything was in Walmart in a stock room. And a manager, it was a man, came out. He had about maybe 8 to 10 other managers or other department heads in this room. And he looked at them. He said, look, okay, this is the orders I got. Once the food and everything leave off these shelves, we done. We can't put no more food on these shelves. And all the managers were looking around each other, like they knew something was coming, or they knew it was coming. But this was like, we finally got the word. Once we are done, or supplies, once we done, it's done.
Watching television together, and this Walmart commercial comes on,
and it shows people dancing around in the store. And they had a bunch of beds, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. In fact, there was no shelves in the store at all. They had people sitting on beds, laying in the beds. You know, it looked like a homeless shelter. In the commercial, they were saying that they loved Walmart so much that it was like their home away from home and stuff like that. I don't know why, but I was noticing the floor, and then the floor had blue stripes.
Prophecy is being fulfilled right before our eyes. So I hope everybody wakes up and gets close to God, because Jesus Christ is our only hope. He is our Savior. That's the good news. There is a Savior. You're going to need one. I love you guys. God bless you and your families.
Well, you know what? I definitely agree with it that Jesus Christ is our only hope. But I got to tell you right now, I think Jesus Christ has been at work for a while. And the stuff with Walmart, yeah, that was going to happen. It was happening there for a good while. When you know, back a few years back, 2014, 13, along in there, before, you know, the great Obama left office. Yes, you know what I'm saying. But anyway, since then, if they were going to spring that plan, they would already sprung it. So I don't think that's what's going to happen now. They did have it planned, no doubt, but they ain't now, because how can you do anything like that when you're in jail? I mean, it's awful hard to do. I mean, you know, they may have a few buddies left out here. I'm sure they do, but I don't think they have that many left. But that's just my opinion. And I definitely think that, like the guy said a while ago, none of us going to be harmed. Not in that way, anyway. I mean, there's going to be some crazy things happen, but I don't think that's one of them. Just my opinion. Exactly, Slow. Exactly. They never thought she would lose, but she did. And here we are. And what has happened all these years since she's lost? A lot of good things. And yeah, there's a lot of things we haven't seen yet either, with our own two eyes, or hers our own 2 ears. But we're going to see it, and we're going to hear it in God's good time, whatever that might be. And myself, I can't hardly wait. I mean, believe me, I want to see and hear everything that they'll allow us to see and hear, and more, if possible. But I definitely do not believe the crap about Walmart anymore. I mean, I don't believe they're good, and don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the centers that were closed down, I don't think are being used for that reason anymore. But as I said, that's just my opinion of it. All right, and I think I'll show this one next, just because, you know, well, Chat was here a while ago. I don't know if he's still here, but I hope he is, because I'd kind of like for him to see this one. I think he'd like it if he's still here. Here we go. It's a short one. What's that? What is that? Oh, it's a satellite. But it's not on the other side of the moon. There's a little camera focusing and all. It knows somebody's watching. Another one. That's all that one. Well, I mean, you know, they been telling us now for years and years and years that all the satellites are in outer space. All right, if they're in outer space, then how did the guy pick them up on? It looked like on a regular, either on his phone or on a regular telescope. But even if you could explain that, then how would you explain that it's on this side of the moon, not the other side? You know, I mean, that just, maybe there's a way. I'm not saying it ain't, but I'm just saying, you know, I would love to hear that explanation sometimes. Hello, Jet Lag, and welcome. Good to see you. I think if they're going to use anything for camps, it would be schools. It could be those two if they were going to, but I don't think they're going to. You know, like I said, who's here to do the arresting and stuff and things like that? Nobody that I know anymore. But anyway, back to satellites. Myself, I like that because it kind of tells the whole thing without going into the whole thing. Oh, and I thought this was good. Now, y'all that hadn't got grandkids, you probably won't want to watch this, but those of you that do, you should want to watch it. It's a pretty good video.
Okay, so what grandparents supposed to do? Let me tell you, the new generation, y'all millennials, y'all got it all fucked up. The reason why is because because I became a grandparent does not automatically make me the babysitter or a daycare. Grandparents, true grandparents, they're supposed to raise their children right to where when y'all start having kids, y'all can financially provide for your own children and secure their daycare so you can go to work, so you can go out, so you can do anything else. Grandparents. See, let me tell you where you got it wrong. No. True grandparents are supposed to be able to call for their grandkids. Y'all supposed to come over here. No, that's for the daddies. That's for the daddies. When the daddies ain't in the home, that's where they go for the daddies. They go to their daddies for the summer because y'all got a split custody. This how y'all got it fucked up. Grandparents are supposed to be able to come to your house and stay with you and visit with their grandkids. You're supposed to be able to drop your kids off when your grandparents call for them and in their leisure time. Grandparents are not supposed to be daycares. Everybody's time is valuable. We have our own life. We work very hard to get everybody out of the house. Why would we want to raise your kids and keep your kids? That's out of order. But black people, the black culture is so dysfunctional. That's why y'all think that grandparents is supposed to be keeping kids and raising kids. It don't go that way. Y'all got it messed up.
So they're not going to stop our drink?
And guess what? Yes, stuff like that's a portion. I'm supposed to be able to say, yo, on the 27th, I booked for me and my grandkids. Everybody going. Whoever ain't going, I don't need y'all money. I don't need y'all nothing. I don't need nothing. I just need my grandkids. Right. That's what we're supposed to do.
So we can't just drop them out when we want to.
No, it don't supposed to be dropping them out when you want to.
Like, here go your grandkids.
No. See, no. It don't go like that. You know why? Because we already had our lives with raising kids. We don't supposed to be tied down raising fucking kids. We supposed to be gardening, going to the senior citizens place, bingo, and all that other fucking shit. That's what we raised y'all for, to be able to take care of y'all kids. We didn't send y'all out, but y'all did go. Where y'all go? The summers. And where did y'all go? To y'all other people. Your daddy people. If the daddy is not in the home, he's supposed to do the summers. Y'all supposed to rotate holidays. What the fuck? Y'all, but see what it is? Y'all think that we supposed to do that because y'all got a sense of entitlement. Y'all think just because I'm the mom, I'm the grandma, that you're supposed to push your kids off on me. That's not how it goes. But it takes strong mothers like me to let you know the shit don't go like that, to get it right. Other than that, I'll be sitting here rocking all y'all goddamn kids and y'all doing this, doing that. No.
Tell on, Grandma.
Trust and believe. They will be in the system. They will be at the shelter. They will be wherever they need to be because you didn't do what the fuck you were supposed to do as a parent. It had nothing to do with me.
You wouldn't.
I most definitely fucking would.
Oh, Quacky Teddy.
I told you that off the rip. I'm not fucking doing it. I know what kind of life I want to fucking live after raising all my 5 kids. I'm not raising nobody else's kids. I'm here to support. Call me and she sneezing. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's what grandparents supposed to do.
That's me. I call every little thing. Oh, man.
But all this, they living with their grandmama. They ain't seen their mama. All this stuff. No. That's for the ratchets. And I don't play that because you know why? I'm boot chick. I'm boot chick.
She boot chick.
Boot chick.
She boot chick. Y'all granny boot chick. I've never heard of it.
You better put that in the Gmail.
Now, wasn't that a good one? You got to admit it was. I mean, that was how I felt when our grandkids were coming. Although we still got stuck with our grandkids. and I do mean stuck, a lot of times. But here's the way I feel about, grandkids or great grandkids or whatever. They should be there to be seen and not heard. And once you've seen them, for maybe an hour, whatever, or for dinner, an hour or two, then take them the hell home so they don't run us old folks crazy. I mean, that's all we're asking. It's all I'd be asking anyway. But, of course, back when my grandkids were coming up, I wasn't all that old right then. But I treated them like I was 120. I mean, an hour or two, and I was ready for them to go. I mean, couldn't help it. That's the way I was. They run me absolutely crazy. That's all there is to it, man. And a lot of times we were asked to keep them. Well, needless to say, we didn't, because I didn't want to. Let's see what this one is. These are in no particular order now. I don't remember which one's which. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is right after that earthquake happened in Turkey last year. And it says, this post is from Kevin We the People. It says, USA warship Nitsi went to Turkey on February 4th, 2023 to enjoy Turkish culture while HARP was equipped on board. Let me repeat that again. USA warship equipped with HARP, HAARP, went to Turkey 2 days before the earthquake happened. 9 different consulates closed in Turkey before the earthquake happened. How did they know? Turkish Interior Minister said this to the USA: keep your dirty hands off Turkey. We know what you're trying to do. Then the earthquake happens. Make sure it's showing over here. And it is. Now here's the video, which ain't a whole lot to it, but you'll see.
Surprisingly, last Sunday on February 4th, 2023, carrying about 100 cruise missiles, the warship USS Nitsi, DDG-94, came to Bosphorus, Istanbul, and finally anchored in Dolmabahce. The unusual arrival of USS Nitsi warship to Turkey was suspected before the start of the devastating earthquake that hit the Middle East. On the same day, Turkish Interior Minister Süleyman Soylu told the American ambassador to Ankara, "Get your dirty feet off Turkey. We know what you are up to," Soylu said. The fact that the USS Nitsi was equipped with an electromagnetic HAARP device made it suspect. Ship travel usually only occurs in countries that are being colonized, or threatened to be colonized. At the same time, Turkish media wrote that the crew of USS Nitsi arrived in Turkey to learn about local culture. It was stated that the ship, accompanied by Coast Guard, including 500 U.S. troops, will be transferred to Golchik. Here, peoples are protesting that the arrival of the U.S. warship is tainting their homeland. "Get out of our country," they shouted. Meanwhile, Turkish conspiracy theorists accuse the U.S. and NATO of using tectonic weapons against Turkey. They believe that the earthquakes in the Middle East are the work of human hands, not nature. According to Turkish experts, the closing of the embassies of 8 European countries and Washington in Turkey for security reasons, and the arrival of the warship before the earthquake started, is not a coincidence, as evidenced in videos of strange, unexplained explosions.
And I did have that video last year too, and wanted to play it, but I couldn't figure out a way to download it at the time, to get it up here where I could play it, because I think half of it was that I'm a dumbass and didn't know how to do it, and the other half was there might not have been a way, no matter how smart I was. But I'll never know, because those days are gone. Let's see here. What we got here? Well, Chuck Calesto says, breaking now, multiple Arab countries, including the United Arab Emirates, are starting to limit the United States' access to air bases and their airspace. Well, they'll do more than that before it's all said and done. After Biden is gone, one of the things I'm going to remember is the cowardice of people who went along. No shit. No kidding at all. Let's see, what's this? Oh, it's one I'm going to put up there next. So, you go here and go here. Let's see here. Now, this is just a post from Elon, the muskrat. It says SpaceX has moved its state of incorporation from Delaware to Texas. If your company is still incorporated in Delaware, I recommend moving to another state as soon as possible. And I was just reading about this, what happened in Delaware maybe a month ago, and I've forgotten what it was, but he's right. You don't want to be in Delaware. Think Joe Biden. Let's see. And it says Office of the Secretary of State, State of Texas, Certificate of Conversion. The undersigned as Secretary of State of Texas hereby certifies that a filing instrument for Space Exploration Technologies Corporation, blah, 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 has been received in this office and has been found to conform to law. Accordingly, the undersigned as Secretary of State and by virtue of the authority vested in the Secretary of Law, hereby issue the certificate evidencing the acceptance of filing of the conversion on the date shown below, which was February the 14th of this year. And I think that's all, but we'll check it out here and see. What else we got down here? Don't look like much of nothing. Let me see. Oh, this might be a good one here. I hadn't been down at this part yet. Let's just see right quick.
Thank you very much. That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's.
Now, how many of y'all agree with that sentiment there? I agree with it wholeheartedly, but Joe can't help it. I mean, he's just what he is, I guess is what you'd say. Let me see what else I can find in here right quick, if anything. Now, I'll tell you, I really thought that my videos would last longer than they have, but they hadn't lasted that long. I guess they didn't have no legs, huh? Oh, yeah, this is from Trump Jr. here a while back, and I know I've already shown this, but I'm going to show it again. And this is what he said. This is what he said. So, you'll got to figure out who you're going to be a conspiracy theorist friend with here so you can explain everything. I don't know that I could explain everything, but I could explain, the little part that I need to explain, I think. But we just got to, we got to get there for anybody to explain any damn thing about anything. All right, let's see here. I don't know if this will come up or not, but I'm going to try it if it will. No, it did come up. All right. Uh-oh, wrong one. There it is right there. I didn't take it down. Oh, let's see there. Talk to myself, y'all. Trying to make some sense out of myself too. Ain't getting very far, but I'm trying. All right, this is from Whiplash. Actually, it's from QTAR News, but it was sent in there by Whiplash. Start right here. The real hunt for Red October. Reels at 8. This docudrama reveals the secret events behind the Russian submarine Red October that went missing on March 8, 1968, taking the Soviet Union and the United States to the brink of war. Now, this is a long-ass post, and I don't want to read it all, so let me see here. No, I guess, again, don't look at it to be that long. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back here and go through all the pictures first. That's easier for me to read. All right, now here he's got the date circled. So we'll find out what that means in just a minute. God said to Moses, I am who I am. This is what you are to say to the Israelites. I am has sent me to you. The hunt for Red October standoff happened with the Soviet Union and was over on March the 17th. Y'all listening? March the 17th. The Red October returned to dock on March the 23rd. We have seen Russia and Turkey seemingly work together in the Middle East. Notice they don't attack each other. Hunt for Red October is finished and returns to base on March 23rd. There's the 17th of March. He's got it all marked there. This little leprechaun stuff. And these are the jokers sent in by Mr. Poole. Now, some of y'all may not know who Mr. Poole is, and I don't think anybody knows who he really is, but he's a guy that's been all over everywhere on Twitter, on Telegram. I'm not sure he's even on Telegram, but he's somebody's got a channel there under his name. But anyway, he puts up very good information, and he don't tell you what's going to happen. He just gives you a hint, a clue, and then you got to figure it out for yourself. But when you put his stuff along with all the other guys' stuff together, it's a lot easier. All right, now I guess I'll read this post as bad as I hate to. The biblical period equals Lent, March the 2nd, 2022, Ash Wednesday to Easter Saturday, April the 15th. The Red October went missing on March 8th, 1968. This falls on a Tuesday. Think Swift. Now, why would he say that? He said the Red October went missing on March 8th. This falls on a Tuesday. Swift is our monetary, way we use our debit cards and stuff, for those that don't know. Think ISO 20022 regulation. Now, let's relate this to XRP SEC case, which happens in 10 days of darkness. Those in Federal Witness Protection Program, now listen to this. Those in the Federal Witness Protection Program will come out. God sends down his angels. The greatest story ever told. SEC conference will be analyzed dark. 10 days. And Stellar Protocol 19 on March 9th. Delta, the drop I have used to show you sell-offs, divestitures, and liquidity events. Think transfer of wealth. Then March 15th, beware the Ides of March. All debts worldwide must be settled by then. Waves. March 17th, the nuclear standoff was over. Near miss. Think near-death civilization event. Think Poseidon checkmate. St. Patrick's Day, all gone. Freedom Day. Then the Red October returns to dock on March 23rd. Remember, we are flipping calendars from Gregorian to Julian calendar as well. Did y'all get that? Just asking. Anyway, what he's saying is there's a lot of stuff going to happen on or before March 17th. Actually, from March 17th on. I'm not saying he's right. I don't know who's right and who's wrong. But I am saying that I think he deserves listened to because he is a hell of a researcher. You know, so we'll see. For who don't know, I know it's not Phil. Whatever you say, Buff. I don't know who you're talking about there, but it is crazy, ain't it? It will be anyway. Well, it's about time you got off your butt and got something done, Steve. I'm glad that mailbox is up. Congratulations, brother. Let's see. Slow Country says, Ronnie, aren't our subs Trident class? What does Poseidon use? Well, Poseidon uses basically the same kind of missiles we use. I think theirs are more powerful, though. I don't know exactly what you mean there, Slow Country. Trident class, and what does Poseidon use? It can use nuclear missiles. I know that. Let's see if I got anything else up here. No, and I closed my mail out, darn it. Oh, well, I can get back there real quick. I wished I would quit doing that, though. Closing the mail out, I mean. And I thought this was a pretty good post here. So let me go back and put it up there. There we go. Make sure it's showing. And it is. All right. And this is from somebody called Trader Girl Q. The election is going to be overturned, she says. All cases have been finalized. Donald J. Trump for President Incorporated versus Benson. 120 CV 01083. Third, the plaintiff's complaint requested this court to order the Wayne County Board of County Canvassers not certify the results of the general election until after the Wayne County Board of Canvassers had verified the ballot tally and had determined the accuracy of the ballot tally according to Michigan's election code. See compliance ECF number 1. Therefore, since the Wayne County Board of County Canvassers met on November 17th after this complaint was filed, this action is now moot, which is the reason why plaintiffs filed their notice of dismissal. Accordingly, the City of Detroit's motion to strike is not proper and is nullity that requires no further action by this court. U.S. Dominion Incorporated versus Giuliani. Minute order or minute order, whatever. It is ordered that this matter be referred to Magistrate Judge Upadhyaya for resolution of all discovery disputes. So ordered by Judge Carl J. Nichols on January 31st, 2024. Minute order. It is ordered that this matter be referred to magistrate. Well, that's the same thing. Anyway, there's the orders, the court orders and everything. If y'all want to see them. And I think that, no, there's more here. The final countdown. February 13th, 1861, Abraham Lincoln declared U.S. president in Washington, D.C. Yes, he was. All right, now let's see. Let's see if there's anything else down here that looks interesting right quick. Let's see. I don't recall that interesting. Oh, this ought to be good here. If y'all can see it, and I don't know if you can or not. Yeah, you can. All right. All right.
Waiting to find out if the wheels of justice will grind fast. But it's not normal. No other candidate for the presidency has ever had to pause his campaign to defend himself in multiple courts. And I would like to point out that in all 7 of his cases, no one No
night.
one doubts that he did these
Good night,
things.
slow country.
We're just sitting around patiently waiting to find out if the wheels of justice will grind fast enough for there to be any consequences. And the media is covering it like it's any other political story, like it's all horse. But it's not normal. No other candidate for the presidency has ever had to pause his campaign to defend himself in multiple courts. And I would like to point out that in all 7 of his cases, no one doubts that he did these things. We're just sitting around patiently waiting to find out if the wheels of justice will grind fast enough for there to be any consequences. And the media is covering it like it's any other political story, like it's all horse. But it's not normal.
Oh, I love seeing these guys cry. I just love it. I love it. I love it. Let's see. Oh, good night, slow country. I don't know if you heard me a while ago, brother, but I did say good night. Hope you have a restful night, slow, and a great Sunday. 82 likes and 71 watching. Great show. Oh, exactly. Thank you, Kiss Off. I appreciate that. I'm working on some very good shows. Don't know if I'll make it, but I'm trying hard. So, and let's see what this one here is right quick. Oh man, there's so many videos here. Which one I want to pick? Let's see. Let's see. I'm just trying to pick out a good video here, so y'all hang with me. I mean, there's a whole big old long page here of them, so. This might be hard to figure out. I already played that one and that one. You know, I didn't play this one. The other night I did see it, and I almost played it, but I didn't. Because, you know, of certain reasons that y'all all are aware of. But, I don't know, I guess I grew up here tonight because I'm going to play it. What is it? About 5 minutes long, I think.
Scott Morrison, Prime Minister of Australia, stabbed me with a knife in my groin area, through the groin into other parts of my sexual organs when I was only 9 years old. So this was like an initiation into the cult of what was liberalism in Australia, affiliated to Arnold Schwarzenegger and Hollywood celebrities.
All right, thank you, Slow.
And the Hollywood structure in Australia is built around mutilating children. As their initiation, these people in America are criminals in California, and these celebrities. And they don't allow anyone just to join their gang, especially an Australian. And it's basically that these celebrities are the Australian government in secret. And the Australian government only joined their initiation into like in a child exploitation cult, or a child, also known as a child death cult. So you can understand why Australia is what it is. It's a domestic terrorist nation because it works for a death cult of children out of California. And that death cult of children are affiliated to Hollywood, directly to drug cartels in Mexico. So this is dirty government, though, in California. This is just not like just some sort of small drug cartel. As I said, I was at Area 51 in the year 1983. I got to fly on a small plane that was called Tasset Blue, the whale. And another man that was with us on site, he was from Arizona. His name is, he's now found on Facebook and Twitter as, but he wasn't then in 1983. He was a human trafficker working in professional child exploitation. And what I mean by professional child exploitation, that's where they use children in political espionage. That's why I was kidnapped. I was kidnapped for an attack on Australian ports, to sell Australian ports to drug cartels around the world. So you can, liberals make up a very big lie in Australia, what they say they really did. They try to say that they got rid of old unions that were dirty or affiliated to allowing drugs into Australia. It's the complete opposite. It's liberals that wanted rid of the old Labor Party affiliation to unions like a stronghold on ports to allow scabs, foreign entities, to work on Australian wharves, to allow drugs, crime, and other technology into the country. So it was affiliated to doing this with Area 51. And Area 51 is a national security site. So you can imagine the level of security they have in Australia. That's what they were given, to just do whatever they like with celebrities, affiliated through drug cartels in the United States Air Force. Of course, when it comes to Area 51, are not the United States Air Force. Area 51 is actually a site for the CIA and the National Security Agency belonging to the United States Army. And then obviously with any aircraft they test, they're immediately all part of like a tri-service, because the United States Navy obviously has massive carriers where they keep aircraft. They have specialized military pilots. So the level of securities that they handle at Area 51 are testing aircraft. Then when it comes to the CIA, it becomes a tri-service. So it's not just Area 51 personnel who are United States Air Force personnel members that I met as a child there. And I was probably there at Area 51 up until near Christmas, December 1983. People have even put posts on Facebook about a whale that I drew while I was there. There's a picture of a whale. And I drew that when I was a kid. I was only 4 years old, and I was being moved around with military men. And the personnel on base just let me do kids' drawings while I was there. They've got a kids' drawing there. They talk about it. Someone said that they've been to Area 51, and there was a message on Facebook talking about a picture that's in a frame in one of the office quarters in Area 51 of a captain or an officer, and it's just a picture of a whale. And that's what I drew while I was there. I know I drew it. I drew it on a piece of paper. I was surprised they'd even keep it. Maybe they just took a photocopy of it. I don't know. But that's, to them, it was sort of pretty far out anyway. To have a 4-year-old child there with an Australian Army officer, His Excellency, the Honourable David John Hurley. Now, these domestic terrorists in Australia that believe that they're a business to me, to ownership of my soul type of thing, believe that they're a business entity to me. So this is why I created Plane Crash Investigations. This is why I created this website. Because these people I grew up with in Aspendale weren't in the Australian Army. Scott Morrison worked in accounts at the CSIRO, not far from my house where I lived at 38 Iluka Avenue, Aspendale. That was just a government institution of the Marine Atmospheric and Research Centre, which is the CSIRO in Australia,
What
is
I'm
connected
explaining
to
here,
NASA directly.
that
So NASA is an
is
American.
mini empires for child pornography. It's what their type of harboring they're managing as an offshore tax haven for Jeffrey Epstein in Australia. They're managed, I know this because I experienced it as a child. I was in America. I was with Bill Clinton. I was with Hillary Clinton. I was with Jeffrey Epstein. I was with David John Hurley, who was trafficking me. I was with Chris in Hollywood, become a stuntman. US Navy SEAL, human trafficker and kid basher and pedophile like the rest of them. So what does he advertise himself after he left? After the year 1983, he left the US Army and became a US Navy SEAL. Now he pretends he's, in quotes, would you trust a pedophile advertising themselves on Twitter, as reckons he goes around rescuing children out of human trafficking rings? This was a man that worked with an Australian Army soldier for months on end while I was in America as a child, helping that Australian Army soldier cover America with a kidnapped child, which was me, Adrian John Wells. Do you really trust? This is the type of comedy set they're running through a government system. It's just like mock people, you know, it's just, they're just sex offenders, child sex offenders pretending they're not.
Oh, you can't leave me, this poor maiden said, I will not let you go. But I must leave you, he gently replied, if for only a while, you know. Far away in Australia, soon will fate be kind, and I will be ready to welcome at last the girl I left behind. Now in success or in failure, I will always be true.
You will always be true and no longer sing to you. I agree, Kiss Off. That was something, wasn't it? Hearing that Toby Keith is worth that much money. But you know what? Really, I figured he'd be worth more. I mean, you know, singers make a lot of money. But I'm sure he spent a lot fighting cancer too. When it wound up getting him after all. But I got it. Did y'all see the picture of him just a couple of days before he died? He done an interview. It might have been a week before he died, but anyway, he done an interview. And I'm telling you, that poor guy looked like he was already dead then. He still, you know, acted like he had a lot of energy and everything, but he sure didn't look good. Didn't even look like Toby Keith. Let's see what we got here. Oh, yeah. I know what this is now. Just had to think for just a second there. Now, this is Celine Dion. This was, you know, in 2023. Let me make it big since I forgot. This is in 2023. I'm sure y'all can see that. And now look at her in 2024. What do you think could cause that? Reckon she got to cope some more of that, some new AC or something?
Has Celine Dion miraculously healed? Could this be a miracle? Just 2 months ago, there were devastating reports that singer has lost control over her muscles. The disease called stiff person syndrome causes spasms and muscle stiffness. While for some people it can be controllable, others suffer loss of control over their mobility. Allegedly, this is what happened to Celine. Celine Dion has lost control over her muscles amid her battle with
I wonder, could it be something else, though? You know, that Kuru? I'm not saying it is. I'm just wondering.
SPS. December 2023. From the lost muscle control to this, she must have gone through enormous progress. Not to mention, she looks half her age and better than ever. Her transformation seems unreal. She looks so pretty now. Hear from Little Sing-Off behind the scenes at the Grammys. Amazing from a battle of such hard autoimmune condition and loss of muscle control to even looking so young and fresh. Impressive, right?
All I got to say is that's just damn near miraculous. I don't care who you are. Man, give me some of that. Whatever it was she took, I wouldn't mind taking a swig or two just to see if it would bring back my youthful good looks and everything. That was a joke in case y'all missed it. All right, let's see now. I know I got another one up there. Where is it? I hope I see it. I don't know if it is or not. Yeah, it's it. All right, make sure it's showing that it is. And this is a pretty long one, so I don't know if I'll be able to make it all the way through it or not, but I'm going to try. If I can't make it through it, well, I will definitely, you know, I won't just turn the video off, in other words. But here we go.
Oh, it's about to get interesting, folks. Welcome to Brighteon Broadcast News for Monday, January 29th, 2024. Mike Adams here. We have so much breaking news to cover for you today. Let me hit the highlights here, and then we'll go back and get some details. So first, the Take Our Border Back convoy begins today. There's a convoy beginning on the East Coast, I think in Virginia Beach, and then on the West Coast as well. And
of course I am, Karen.
In Eagle Pass, Texas, this coming Saturday, February 3rd. So if you want to find out more about that, go to takeourborderback.com. And I'm also posting.
This undoubtedly is kind of an old one, so I mean, y'all bear with me. I had it in here for I don't know how long now, but you know, with all the time I've taken off, I hadn't got to play it. So here we go.
Posting a special podcast. I'm not going to include it here, but separately, I have a podcast that's warning everybody. This looks a lot like a Fed trap, by the way. It looks like the feds are going to try to use this for some kind of, false flag insurrection and blame it on conservatives. It doesn't mean you shouldn't go. I'm just saying you should be aware of everything. You should be videotaping. Well, it's not tape anymore, but recording everything. And you probably shouldn't have your phone with you if you have a SIM card that is tied to your identity. And I cover all that in a special report posted separately on Brighteon.com and Rumble and other video hosting locations. So that's just one thing that's beginning to happen. But we've got some other major breaking news. For example, Kablooey. This is in the Kablooey category. Hong Kong court just ordered China's Evergrande to undergo full liquidation. All right, we knew this was coming. And I did an interview.
In case y'all don't know what that means for the world, Evergrande being, declared insolvent or whatever means a shitload as far as banking around the world goes. I mean, I don't remember. I read how much money they had invested and everything. I don't remember what it was. It was or how much they were supposed to have had. But whatever it was, it's all gone now, and the Chinese government is taking them to task.
Was it over a year ago with John Perez? We were talking about this very issue. So Evergrande has debts of well over $300 billion. A lot of people think it's like 350, 360 billion.
At least I'm handsome somewhere, LSP. Thank you, bro.
Evergrande was a Ponzi scheme, property developer scam in China that took a bunch of money up front from people to build properties. And then it turns out they really couldn't build all those properties, and they got behind schedule on getting things built. And, it was a giant Ponzi scheme. They were basically taking in new money to try to.
And I know there's a lot of people here that used to watch Citizen Man. Whether you still do or not, I don't know. But a long time ago, years ago, he brought out that it's at least 3 years ago. He brought out all these cities over there that were built, expecting new workers to come in or whatever. And every one of them were falling apart because there wasn't anybody living there. I mean, these were giant cities, and not a soul was living in any of them. And so they're just falling apart. So that was part of Evergrande's downfall.
Pay back the original investors. So this has taken a while to work its way through the system, but now China's courts, well, the Hong Kong court, because Evergrande is actually incorporated in Hong Kong. Hong Kong court ordered the liquidation of China Evergrande Group, reports Channel News Asia.
Well, good night, chap. Hate to see you leave, bro, but I know it's getting that time. Hopefully we'll see you on the next one. Take care, and tell that boy to get out there, get busy, and win that next wrestling match.
A move likely to send ripples through China's crumbling financial markets as policymakers scramble to contain a deepening crisis. Justice Linda Chan decided to liquidate the world's most indebted developer with more than $300 billion in total liabilities. And by the way, these assets are held by U.S., multiple things, hedge funds.
DJ, I have no idea how you get a hold of this guy. If I did, I'd be happy to tell you, but I don't have any idea. Good luck, brother.
Pension funds, all kinds of institutional investors had invested in Evergrande, and now it's all being liquidated. The decision sets the stage for what is expected to be a long, drawn-out, and complicated process, of course. Offshore investors will be focused on how Chinese authorities treat foreign creditors when a company fails. Yeah, I can answer that. Foreign creditors are screwed. That's pretty much the way that's going to work. So I don't know how much of this is held by U.S. investors, but it's many tens of billions of dollars for sure. But the fact that this liquidation is happening, even in Hong Kong and China, means there's going to be a ripple effect of bank failures and investment fund failures now stemming from this, because at this point, a lot of those other institutions are going to have to write off the debt. They won't be able to, fudge the books and say, well, we might get paid one day. At this point, it's over. They're not going to get paid. It's done. And so they're going to have to write this off. They have different mechanisms to delay that, but they can only do that for so long. So bottom line, there's going to be a cascading tidal wave of debt collapse failures now across the world stemming from this Evergrande failure. So this is another sort of reminder. Remember that it was about a year ago we had bank failures in the United States, Silicon Valley Bank and some others, and it looks like it's going to be an annual event. It's coming back just about 1 year later, seeing as I think that happened in March or thereabouts. So do you recall that when Silicon Valley Bank went down, that you couldn't hardly buy silver or gold anywhere because all the gold and silver dealers were just backlogged? It was horribly difficult to try to get any actual silver. And of course, prices spiked quite a lot at that time, but the supply of silver just wasn't there to meet the demand. And it was, you may recall, it was several months before supply finally caught up. I think that was sometime around the summer of 2023 before silver was readily available again. So for anybody out there thinking that they might want to get gold and silver, you should maybe consider doing it now before the Evergrande debt collapse wave sort of makes its way across the U.S. I mean, we knew this was coming, and now it's here. And by the way, China has suffered quite a collapse of its stock market in the last couple of weeks due to the failure of so-called snowball derivatives. These are derivatives based on derivatives, like derivatives of derivatives. It's like a nightmare scenario when they start to unwind, That's why they call it the snowball effect derivative. Well, those have been unwinding. Trillions of dollars have been lost in the markets, as I understand it. And with this Evergrande liquidation decision, that's just going to slam the accelerator even more on that. So the financial instability of China is really being showcased here right now, just as the economic and military instability of the United States is being showcased, and the economic instability of Europe is looking horrifying at the moment. So there's a lot going on. In fact, let's talk about Europe for just a second, because let's see, in Germany now, you're supposed to build your own bomb shelter, according to the government. So this has been widely covered, including in the Bild newspaper. But I'm reading from an RT summary of that. Germans will be expected to turn their homes into bomb shelters if a major war breaks out in Europe. The newspaper Bild reported on Saturday, citing a draft document from the Defense Ministry. They're working on an operational plan called the O Plan. I kind of like that name, but I think it could be improved. I think it could be called the O Plan, actually. Anyway, they call it the O Plan. Maybe it's the Oh No Plan. Oh my God Plan. The draft envisions Germany as a, quote, transit country crucial for the delivery of weapons and equipment, to the front lines of the war with Russia, obviously, rather than a state with an active front line. So soldiers would be tasked with securing key highways, railway stations, and ports. And then the government would have to rely on civilians to step in and cover duties that were typically assigned to the military and the police, including the protection of power plants. Wow, did you know that if you're a German citizen, all of a sudden, you've been recruited to be a soldier protecting the power plant? Do you know that? Did you sign up for that? What, all the purple-haired German soldiers can't do their jobs anymore? What happened? Maybe Germany shouldn't have been allies with the United States of America that destroyed their energy infrastructure, the Nord Stream pipelines. Oh my gosh. Anyway, you can tell that Germany and Western Europe, they're all gearing up for World War III, with Russia. And I think that's delusional because I don't think they're going to last that long, frankly. Oh, by the way, sorry about the fan noise. If you can hear that, it's louder today because, well, our large language model processing is doing some really heavy-duty computational stuff right now in my office here. I'll give you a quick update on that. We are introducing our language model analysis engine today, in fact, and we've given it the name Neo, from the Matrix. But Neo is going to write an article for you tonight, and it'll be on the website. Actually, Neo is going to write an article about this podcast. So I'll tell you more about that later. Let's go back to Germany for a second. From the story, it says there are 579 functional bomb shelters in Germany. That's it? Not even 600 bomb shelters? So the plan sees citizens setting up their own shelters in places like basements and garages. Oh, they're saying they don't have time to build new shelters. It's, quote, no longer feasible because they've run out of time. What? They're also trying to increase the number of soldiers in the German army to 183,000 soldiers by the year 2031. What a joke. They don't have 183,000 soldiers right now? No, of course not. They've shut it all down. Just like they've shut down their economy and they shut down everything that, farms and infrastructure that keeps German citizens alive. Look, Germany, like every other Western European country, is a suicide cult. It's a suicide cult. And they're done. They will not survive to the year 2031, at least not as currently configured. So I'm really wondering too, by the way, when does Germany and the German press and, in fact, the whole media of Western Europe, when do they apologize to all the preppers that they've been mocking for the last 20 years? When people used to build their own bomb shelters, they were mocked. Oh my God, you're so stupid. You think you have to build a bomb shelter? And now the German government is like, you should build bomb shelters. It's like, I thought you said that was stupid. No, not only do you need to build bomb shelters, but also you've been recruited to guard the power plants. Like guard them against what? Pretty much like incoming hypersonic missiles and things like that. Well, how am I supposed to guard the power plant against hypersonic missiles? Well, you can just imagine the German government. We're not really sure, but it's your responsibility now. Let us know how it goes. Bye. This is insane. I thought the U.S. was going insane, or that Britain was going insane, and now, Germany's gone just completely bat crap insane with just the denial of reality. If you lived in Germany, you should have had a bomb shelter years ago, or at least a way to get to one. You should have had backup food, backup medicine, gold and silver, ammo. Can you own ammo in Germany? I don't even know what the laws are there, but I wouldn't want to be anywhere without guns and ammo and gold, all the important things, just in case you have to roll out the plan that the German defense ministry is rolling out. I've got a special report on this I recorded earlier. I might play it here. It talks about Germany, but mostly about how you need to get to where you want to be in the United States when the Civil War breaks out and the bombs start falling. Most of my listeners are in the U.S., but actually it applies wherever you are. Get out of the cities, get out of the Democrat-controlled areas. If I have time here, I'll play that special report. But how delusional are these European leaders that they think they're actually going to fight a sustained war with Russia? A war so big that the nation of Germany is going to be like a staging area to shuttle equipment and armament and soldiers to the front lines to fight Russia. I got news for the Germans. It's going to be over long before that happens. because Europe doesn't have much in the way of troops and equipment and munitions, artillery, tanks, missiles. I mean, what does Western Europe have that can fight Russia? Aside from, I don't know, a couple 100,000 Polish troops, but aside from that, I mean, seriously, what does Europe have? Nothing. What, the whole country of the United Kingdom has like 50 tanks, you know, that's it. Geez, we've got a lot more than that just in the state of Texas. Like way more than that. The UK has one aircraft carrier. I think it's called Queen Elizabeth. It doesn't work, by the way. It's always in port being repaired. And the British Navy is so freaking pathetic that they actually run ads on LinkedIn now to try to recruit naval admirals. Because apparently there's nobody within the ranks of the British Navy who knows anything about how to operate a ship. So they're just running ads on LinkedIn. I mean, why not run ads on pizza boxes? Hey, have you ever wanted to play with a boat? or I should say that with a British accent. Or just have graffiti on the bathroom wall. For a good time on a ship, call, 1-800, whatever the numbers are in the UK. And they'll have to run desperate ads in the local British newspapers. Help wanted. Someone with naval experience who isn't a libtard. Please apply. And then they get no phone calls. There's nobody left. And I got news for the Brits.
Y'all forgive me, but this video just ain't my cup of tea. So, I mean, just, some of the things he's saying there to me just don't make any sense. So I'm going to get out of that one and come back over here. It's still the same guy, but see if he's and this one sounds more interesting. Now, whether it is or not, I don't know. We'll find out though. And it's not as long.
All right, welcome folks to Brighteon Broadcast News for Friday, February 9th, 2024. I'm Mike Adams. Thank you for joining me today. And we're going to start off today actually with an interview where myself and Michael Yon were guests. Michael Yon was in my studio today, and I interviewed him separately for an extended bombshell interview that's coming out Monday. But in the meantime, with him in my studio, we were guests with the Duran, which is Alex Christoforou and Alexander Mercouris. And the Duran, is a very popular geopolitical analysis channel that both of those guys are in Europe, but they cover world events, and they were very curious about what's happening in Texas. And of course, I've been on their show before, and I've interviewed those guys on my show. They're great analysts. They really know what's going on. And so we hooked it up. And so it's four of us that you're about to see. I'm going to play that first here. It's again, myself, Michael Yon, Alex Christoforou. I think I'm pronouncing his name correctly. I apologize if I'm not. And Alexander Mercouris from the UK. So check out this interview. It's about an hour or so. And I'll come back with some other breaking news headlines and some short analysis after that. But check it out. Here's the interview with the Duran.
Okay, we are live with Alexander Mercouris in London. How are you doing, Alexander?
I'm very well and very delighted to be on this program today. It's going to be a great program. I know.
Yes, it will, because we have some very special guests from Texas, I believe. We have the one and only Mike Adams and Michael Yon. How are you gentlemen doing today?
Doing great. Great to be on your show, both of you.
Very well, sir. It's an honor.
Yeah, we're having a great time here with you.
It's great to have you guys on, and we have a lot to discuss. Let me say a quick hello to everybody that is watching us on the Duran.locals.com, Odyssey, Rockfin, Rumble, YouTube, and a quick hello to our moderators, our fantastic moderators, the best in the business. Mike and Michael, I have your information in the description box down below, and I will also add your information as a pinned comment. But very quickly, where can people follow you to find gentlemen?
Well, first of all, this is our Brighteon.com studios, and I'm about to interview Michael separately after this show. He came early to be with you, which is so amazing. This is going to be so much fun. But Brighteon.com and naturalnews.com for me. And then Michael, I'm going to give out your locals or
I'm on Substack at Michael Yan, and also on X daily. And then mostly I just spend my time in the jungles and and do a few interviews.
All right, fantastic. So, Alexander, Texas, the southern border, and we have some news with Ukraine and the funding for Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan, but without the southern border. So we have a lot of ground to cover. Over to you, Alexander.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's an absolute. It may interest people in Texas, but your state is now the most famous state in the union because all the world is talking about what's going on in Texas. It's seen as absolutely crucial to what is happening in the United States. And of course, what happens in the United States affects the whole world. I mean, it is still that way. People talk about America and losing its way, but the United States remains pivotally important. And Texas is at the moment the most pivotal state in the union. What is happening on the border? What is going on there now? I've been hearing dramatic things. I've been hearing extraordinary things about what has been happening on the border, about numbers of people who've been trying to cross the border, about the attempts by the Texan government, the state government of Texas, to try to control this thing. What has the Biden administration achieved in the time it has been in office, or not achieved? What is the actual state on the border of Texas? Well, if you can just explain that to our viewership, which is global, I should say. I mean, people from all over the world, not just the United States.
Let me give a little preamble, and then I'll turn it over to Michael, because Michael Yan, I think, is the expert who has done more on the ground, first-person investigation of what are called the invasion camps in Panama, such as San Vicente, and I think Lajas Blancas is another one of them as well, that are funded through the State Department and through Homeland Security, through Alejandro Mayorkas, is actually funding these camps as staging areas to invade the United States. But let me just say up front first, I have a lot of strong ties with former Texas Rangers and law enforcement in Texas, and they tell me privately that they are not going to allow Biden to continue to use Texas for an invasion beachhead into the United States. We now have, 25 additional U.S. states that are backing Governor Abbott's letter to Joe Biden, which said that the federal government has shattered the compact with the states, which means that Governor Abbott is able to invoke a particular section of the United States Constitution that allows the state to defend itself when the federal government has abandoned its duty to protect the states. So we are now seeing, as a preamble to this, we're seeing the opening stages of a breakup, or what could be a potential breakup of the United States of America. It could very soon become half and half, or, roughly half the states might break away. But let me turn over to
how long have I been saying that about half the states breaking away? Chap and I were talking about this months ago. The very same thing.
Michael, for the details of what's actually happening in Panama and the Darien Gap and the flood that's coming to this country.
All right. Well, I'm sure a lot of viewers here have no idea who I am. I'm a war correspondent. I spent a lot of time in wars around the world, and now I'm looking at the weaponized migration. And I've done this all over the world, from Japan to Greece to Morocco to Lithuania before that war broke out, warning that something may happen there in that region. I'm always watching the various inputs. So I'm watching energy, trade routes, that sort of thing. I was actually warning about Nord Stream before something happened to it. And in fact, I was over in Germany at BASF twice that year before something happened to Nord Stream, warning about it. And so bottom line is, I watch this a lot more than just the weaponized migration. That's just one of the aspects. It's obviously a kill shot. This is demographic warfare. You can see what's happened to Europe, where I spent more than 6 years, by the way. But so now I spent, when Biden was installed, I was at the inauguration, or at least I was in Washington. I was not invited to the inauguration, but then I flew straight to El Paso, Texas. And so I was there within 24 hours thinking that, you know, they're going to start the surge across the border. And they did, right? And then from there, I flew to Colombia because I thought Colombia would end up, the Darien Gap corridor would probably start to really widen. Now, the Darien Gap, there's a highway called the Pan American Highway that goes from Alaska, Prudhoe Bay, all the way down to the tip of South America. But there's one area about 60 miles that has no road. That's called the Gap, the Darien Gap, because it's called, anyway, nobody knows where the Darien name came from, but it goes back centuries. But they call it the Darien Gap. So that's the jungle between Panama and Colombia. So I flew to Colombia, watching immediately they started surging through Colombia into the Darien Gap. Then I flew over to the Panama side, and I've spent about 6 months in the Darien Gap since Biden was installed. And now what I've been watching through the Darien Gap is the flows are dramatically increasing. For instance, in the parking lot before we just came on, I was getting the latest intel update from Darien. I mean, the flows are dramatically increasing. Chinese, for instance, and huge amounts of Afghans and whatnot. In fact, I just took Dr. Brett Weinstein and Chris Martenson and Ann Vandersteel and Masako Ganaha down there on the last trip. And Dr. Weinstein came back and went on the Tucker Carlson show, and I think it's had about 12 million views so far. So that's worth watching because Brett Weinstein's interview with Tucker Carlson was very accurate. In fact, I'll be going on Tucker in about 2 weeks. But I'm going back to Darien soon. But what I'm getting to is when you're looking at the Texas flows, Eagle Pass, and all that, I've been across the entire U.S. southern border from SpaceX, which is on the Gulf side, to San Diego, so I've been on the Mexican side. I'm very familiar with this border, right? And what I'm getting to is no matter what happens in Texas or at Eagle Pass is like a speck of pepper on the size of this table. It's really nothing. But I assure you that the flows are increasing through South America. If you can get your feet in South America, you can get anywhere in the United States within a week or two, right? And so now we have flights coming every day from Turkey, from Africa to Turkey to Bogota. And then Bogota, many of those flights go straight to the United States. Others go to Guatemala, then to the United States or Mexico. Bottom line is the flows continue to increase. The United States is being straight up invaded. I could go for hours, but I should cut it at that.
I've heard that the figures are 6 million people entered the United States illegally since President Biden was inaugurated. Is this figure, in ballpark correct? Because it seems staggering. I mean, it is beyond understanding. It is far worse than anything I've ever heard. I mean, we had a migration crisis in Europe in 2015, and that was 1 million people connected with the conflict in Syria, and that sparked a huge political crisis in Europe, including in Germany. That was 1 million people in a continent of many more people than the United States has. Is it 6 million? Is it as much as that?
Well, Michael, when you say right now, it's anywhere from 3,000 to 10,000 a day.
Well, actually, just through the Darien Gap, it's probably 3,000 to 5,000 a day now.
Just through the Gap, right?
Yeah, that's just through the Gap. That doesn't include a lot of the people joined flows in Guatemala. I was just over in Guatemala looking at it. We have the United States is working on 8 camps in Guatemala. Actually, camp is an aggressive term. They're more like bus stops. And a lot of the people fly directly to Mexico, or they come in on Swift air flights 24 hours a day. And then we've got this giant border between Canada and the United States, which is nobody seems to know about these. I mean, how big those flows are. We don't know how many are coming in. Is 6 million directionally accurate? I would say it's probably highly conservative. For instance, in Darien Gap, 82,000 came through in just one single month last year in August. That was the peak month. But this month, I'm imagining there'll probably be more. I can tell you more in about 6 or 7 days.
I would say 500,000 a quarter is a pretty good ballpark of what, like a couple million a year.
It's hard to say because, we both have a lot of Border Patrol contacts. I'm on the border a lot. Nobody seems to know. And of course, our government is covering it up. But what we can see is on the streets in the United States, as we see people everywhere. I mean,
Good night, Mr. Arizona, and thanks for joining us. Have a great, restful night and blessed Sunday.
Bathtub's getting full. You know, when I was in Hong Kong, I got kicked out in 2020 because I was there watching a similar thing. You know, one of the ways that mainland China slowly took Hong Kong was just by doing the weaponized migration. They just brought in Mandarin speaking mainland Chinese day by day for years and took over, teaching positions, took over police and political positions, the normal, right? And the same in Tibet. When I was in Tibet, it was the same. I mean, there were some war aspects, obviously, but mostly it's just demographic warfare. Recently, I had dinner with a retired general in Honduras, and he's of Chinese descent, actually. And we talked about this for several hours. And he said, you know, China is not.
Good night, Miss Lisa, and thank you for hanging out with us here. I definitely appreciate it. You also have a great, blessed night and Sunday. Thank you, sweetheart.
He's been to China 7 times. They invited him because he's of Chinese descent. But he was a retired Honduran general. He said, China is not coming to attack everybody militarily. They're coming to become you, like they did in Hong Kong. They became Hong Kong, right? And as you see in Taiwan, you're very familiar with. I may go back there again soon. But you see this consanguination between, you know, whether it's business or anyway. I should cut it off. I could go for hours.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing that we don't understand, this is something that people in Europe, for example, do not understand, is that this is a global migration. This is a global migration into the United States. It is not just people from Latin and South America who are going into the United States. It's people from China. It's people from Afghanistan. You've mentioned all of this. And it's highly organized. And it is partly funded by the United States government. The United States government, mostly funded by the United States government. Now, we've just had a bill in the Senate, which was supposed to try to control this process. And there was an incredibly complicated negotiation about it. But there was one thing about it that stood out, if I've got this correct, and perhaps you can explain to me whether or not it is correct. And that is that the bill allowed for 5,000 illegal migrants to enter into the United States each day. This is supposed to be a compromise? and what government actually passes a bill saying 5,000 illegal migrants are allowed to enter the country a day? Or indeed, one illegal migrant. I mean, if they're coming in illegally, why are you allowing them in? I mean, how can you pass a law or agree a system to allow any illegal migrants to enter at all? I mean, surely this is a logical contradiction. Can you explain this to me?
Let me mention one tweet, and I'll turn over to you, Michael. I think it was Scott Adams that tweeted out. He said, "It feels like we are in a war and that our government is not on our side." I think that's the sentiment that is infuriating the American people. They are now realizing that they are being replaced. They're being inundated. There's an invasion, as Michael said. The invasion is accelerating, and our own government is opposed to organized migration, organized immigration, which none of us oppose immigration per se. We want it to be organized. We want it to be based on merit. We want to be able to do background checks on people, know where they're coming from, and demand, hey, you bring some money with you so that you don't have to end up being a burden on the whole system. But Michael, what would you add to that?
A lot.
Yeah, there is a lot.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. The main funder is the United States. We're the one funding our own invasion. So I see people talking constantly about how we should punish Mexico or Panama or Colombia or whatever. It is the United States, bottom line, period, right? For instance, there is a place in Panama where I'll be at again in a few days called the City of Knowledge. The City of Knowledge is the old U.S. Army South headquarters, Fort Clayton, right? Now that is at least 62 NGOs IGOs and nonprofits, including IOM. So they've taken over our headquarters. The IOM flag flies where the old U.S. military, American flag
Is that IOM?
The IOM is the International Organization for Migration. You'll see their tote bags in airports all the time. They're either blue and white or white and blue. It'll say IOM or OIM, depending on the language. So that's part of the UN. They're a multi-billion-dollar racket run by a lady named Amy Pope. She's now the director. She's American. She was installed maybe almost 5 months ago now. And she brags that the United States is the biggest funder of IOM. Now, there's many others, such as Catholic Charities and so many other. One of them that I've been hitting on for the last 2 weeks is HIAS. And actually, I've mentioned it for years, but I really started hitting on it recently because HIAS, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, actually, Secretary of Homeland Security Mayorkas, Alex Mayorkas, used to be a board member on HIAS. That's important. So he was a board. He's a Cuban refugee himself of Jewish parents, and HIAS is obviously a Jewish organization. So it's interesting because HIAS.org thanks, or let's say congratulates Mayorkas for taking over at Department of Homeland Security. Now, on April 18th of 2022, he flew down to Darien, Panama, and 4 Blackhawks. I was there. I was waiting for him. In fact, he landed right in front of me, and he went into the camp called San Vicente Camp. That camp is about 40 yards away from the HIAS headquarters in Darien. That I'm familiar with that headquarters because I almost rented it myself, and then HIAS got it out from under my feet. I wanted to rent it because it's right next to that camp. But so Secretary Mayorkas came down there and expanded that camp. This is the camp that the Chinese mostly use, as they're using the camp is actually, again, it's an aggressive word. It's more of a bus station now. So the Chinese, as they emerge, and the Syrians and so many others, as they emerge from the Darien Gap, they come in there, they get on a shower, and they go to buses up on Highway 1 to the United States. Now, in October, there were only about 60 buses per day running. Now they've upped it to about 200. So that's when I say that they're, the flows are increasing. I'm saying that based on things like, more than tripling the number of buses.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted there. But anyway, I just stopped it for a second to let everybody know that tomorrow, and if I got my dates right, and I think I do, SC Wolverines is going to be joining Steve and I on our regularly scheduled Sunday afternoon show at 4:30. So, I want to hear what Wolverines have got to say, and anxious to get to talk to him. It's been a long time. Well, we've never talked, but it has been a long time. So we'll see you tomorrow, Wolverines. Just wanted to get that in there while I was thinking about it.
Buses, increasing the numbers and sizes of the camps, and also the camps are much more efficient. So whatever's happening in Texas, I can tell you the upstream is definitely increasing.
But the bottom line is the American people realize increasingly that our own government is funding and organizing the invasion of the United States of America. And we are both hearing the word treason being used a lot more in the analysis and commentary of this. I mean, just like you said, Alexander, what other nation in the world would fund its own invasion and takeover?
Yeah, I mean, can I just quickly say, funding illegal immigration into its own country.
Yes.
It seems most odd. I mean, when I say odd, is not, that's an understatement. I just can't think of a word that would describe how absolutely bizarre this is. It is the government of the United States undermining its own immigration laws.
That's right. That's right. And it's not like they are bringing the world's best. No, they're emptying the prisons in El Salvador, for example, or in Venezuela, and sending us like MS-13 gang members by the busload. And I interviewed one of the security personnel that is on these buses. You know how Governor Abbott of Texas is actually sending some of these migrants to other cities to kind of share the burden and demonstrate what a problem this is. Well, I interviewed one of the security guards who was on those buses, and he speaks Spanish, and he was able to overhear the plans of a lot of these people. And they go to the blue cities to join the criminal networks there, to carry out crimes, drug trafficking, weapons trafficking, human trafficking, and also to do looting and theft and carjackings. And then when they get the money there, they will often go to red states to spend that money and not commit crimes because the red states will prosecute them or shoot them. So literally, they know that the blue sanctuary cities in particular are a free-for-all. I mean, I know you saw this, but they beat New York Police Department officers half to death the other day, and those illegals were just let out of jail with no bail. It's infuriating to the NYPD.
How is this all justified? What explanation does the United States government give for this? I mean, they must presumably give some explanation for what they're doing. I mean, they must give some reason for what they're doing.
No, they say the border is secure. I mean, that's Mayorkas. It's all covered. It's all fine.
What about Kamala Harris? Isn't she the border czar? I mean, this is what we've been hearing in Europe. What's become of her? Is she doing anything?
Does she know where the border is?
Yeah, does she know where the United States is?
Yeah, I'm not sure she would actually know on a map where the United States is. I mean, obviously these are information. I've written 3 books on information war, by the way. Unfortunately, it's specifically about Chinese information war. Unfortunately, they're all only in Japanese language because I've been trying to wake up Japan for years. But what I'm getting to is information war is that's the highest form of warfare. Obviously, all the kinetics and Navy SEAL movies, and that's almost child's level compared to information war, right? And what I'm getting to is Biden is what's called a dog king. It's an old term that was used, when there was wars between kings and Norwegian and Swedish. You run off or kill another king, and you make an actual dog into a king, right? You give him a crown and a throne and a translator, and then you tell the people that's your king, and they're like, well, that's a dog. They're like, well, it's your king, right? So it demoralizes the people, and it also emboldens your enemies, right? That's what Biden is. That's what Trudeau is. These are dog kings. Zelensky, he's a dog king, right? And so this is obviously in service to something much larger. A lot of this is about trade routes and energy and food, like the very idiotic Ukraine war. It's not idiotic if you want to actually cause mass famines eventually. It's actually quite smart if you want to do that. A lot of the things that are going on right now actually are they're part of a much larger global plan. For instance, the genocide unfolding now in Gaza. This is all part of a much larger plan, as is the invasion of the United States by the United States, Europe as well.
Right. So we see that the administration is busy undermining the laws of the United States by arranging this mass of illegal immigration. What is Texas doing? What is Texas trying to do? And Texas is only one state, but let's specifically talk about Texas. What is this thing that Texas is trying to do, which the administration in Washington is so unhappy about?
Well, in my opinion, Alexander, Texas is laying the legal groundwork for the possibility of secession. I'm not saying it's going to go there, but if it does, Governor Abbott has already cited sections of the Constitution, such as Article 4, Section 4, that specifically require the federal government to protect the states from invasion. So he and, of course, the AG of Texas, Ken Paxton, who is an extraordinary man, they tried to get rid of him with an impeachment half a year ago or so, but he survived that. And I think he would make a great AG in the Trump administration, by the way, I'm just saying. But Abbott and Paxton are laying the groundwork for the legal justification to do what they need to do, because we've even seen, by the way, the Border Patrol Union and Border Patrol as a federal agency, but the union saying our members will not put back up the barbed wire, or I'm sorry, will not take down the barbed wire and let illegal immigrants come through, that we also will defend our borders. So what's pivotal right now that has never happened in American history that I'm aware of is the fact that we now have one state telling the federal government, we will not abide by your unconstitutional Supreme Court decision and your unconstitutional policies. We will protect our border. And then to have 25 other states stand with Texas, that has never happened before. In years past, everybody would have folded by now, but something has changed. And it's that the American people are fed up. They see the depth of the invasion that's happening, and they are demanding that their lawmakers and their governors, and in some cases, their mayors of their cities, do something to protect our borders. And even Democrats are getting on board with
D-Dog,
this because
hello
the
there,
problem is so
brother.
bad in
Welcome.
New York City and Denver, Chicago, and other Democrat-run cities.
Can you speak a bit about what the internal effect of all this massive immigration is in the United States? I mean, you mentioned the violent crime, the fact that the blue cities are becoming sanctuary cities for criminals. But can you give some descriptions of what it's been doing to Texas itself? And can I just make one point? Because of course, Texas is one state in the union, so it can protect its border, its external border, but it can't control its internal borders. So if people presumably are able to enter the United States in other places, and you mentioned Canada, for example, they can still go to Texas because there's no internal restrictions that I'm aware of within the United States. You can travel from one part of the United States to another. It's not difficult.
That's right.
Am I right in this?
You're correct. You're correct. Michael, I don't know what you would say, but I mean, crime is probably just the biggest factor that's hitting everybody. Crime
Eventually,
through the roof.
I mean, eventually it's clear we'll go into civil war. That's why I returned to the United States in 2020, because I could sense war is what I do. I mean, and I had been overseas most of my life, actually. I'm American, born and raised in America, but I've spent.
I totally disagree with them on that. We're not going to wind up in a war, civil or otherwise, in my opinion.
Most of my life downrange in about 100 other countries, right? So when I saw how things were unfolding after I got kicked out of Hong Kong, I went to Thailand and watched this COVID thing unfold. And then and I could sense the United States is going into civil war. That's why I returned. And I specifically said, I think it was August 2020, I returned to the United States.
And you came to Texas.
I came to Texas. And I went straight to Portland first because I went to out with the Antifa clowns just to get a sense of who they are and that sort of thing. And then I came to Texas, and and a lot of people were like, wow, you're going to Texas. It must be safe. And I'm like, people who've known me for many years know that if I show up to your door, that's like death knocking on your door. If I mean, seriously, when I went to Ukraine, not Ukraine, when I went to Lithuania and whatnot, I went there because I love Texas. I mean, this is my people, really. I mean, I'm from Florida, but I'm Scott Irish, man. It's like, and so this is my kind of people. It's like redneckistan, you might say, right? But the bottom line is we are clearly going into civil war. And
Texas can assert control over its own state borders, by the way, in a civil war scenario. And it is prepared to do that. It's not that difficult to lock down the interstates, by the way. It's not that difficult to control the flow of goods in and out of a state. Texas has very dedicated law enforcement, highway patrol, state guard. And also Texas has the most veterans and former law enforcement of any state in the union. Texas has the highest gun ownership. I mean, this is America. I mean, we own more guns per capita than any country in the world, and Texas owns more guns per capita than any state in the union. There's no lack of firearms and ammunition in Texas.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah,
I think I don't want to see Texas split off. I don't want to see California split off. I think we're falling straight into their trap.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't want to see a secession either.
And Governor Abbott of Texas, he is clearly World Economic Forum. Full stop. That's the uniform he wears. He is not on our team. Whatever he does is not to our benefit. Busing people
I agree with
into
that.
the blue states, to show them, which made a lot of my conservative friends very happy. I'm like, that's a mistake. He's injecting them deeper into our bloodstream while he clears the banks of the Rio Grande to bring more in. Abbott and many of the other governors.
I kind of like the fact that he's sending them to other cities temporarily. I'm like, hey, share the pain a little bit. Show these people.
I mean, there's
you're
a
going to
side.
be a border state.
I like that on one emotional level,
Yes.
but as somebody that doesn't want the United States to be, there's a reason why I go to San Francisco so often, because I think that eventually is where CCP would like to make a sort of a headquarters city in the United States.
Yeah.
And and look what happened. She came over and he landed in San Francisco, didn't even bother with going to Washington. I mean, it's very clear. Some of this is not that complicated if you just watch it 7 days a week, like Rain Man, like I do year after year,
Yeah.
You're going to have huge numbers. You already have huge numbers, millions of illegal people floating around the United States. That is not a sustainable situation. Are there any plans to make them legal? In other words, to give them U.S. citizenship?
Well,
yeah.
this
I mean,
is- this is
that's
what-
there won't need to be a civil war. And this is just my opinion, but it's definitely my opinion. There won't need to be a civil war because, just like they're saying, the states are already splitting up. So why would, if you're already going to split up, then what do you need a civil war for? That's basically what a civil war does. It splits the states up. So if you're already split, I mean, yeah, you can go to war later on, but I don't think that's going to be our concern at all.
What they're doing, I mean, we already have them joining the military, joining police forces. We have people with top secret clearances in NSA and FBI and whatnot that can barely speak English. I mean, it's just we literally have cancer as a nation at this point. We have cancer, and we are clearly going into civil war. It's about, amateurs always talk about sparks, as you know, right?
Yeah.
But it's about conditions. And right now, I call it the beast. The beast is actually an amalgam of different players. World Economic Forum is actually an amalgam, but as a catch-all, they have obviously cooperate quite closely with the Chinese Communist Party. But go ahead, sir.
Well, I just want to add that, the Democrats want to give the illegals a pathway to citizenship because they think that will benefit them politically with the votes. Trump, his plan, as has been explained to me by law enforcement in Texas, is to deport millions of illegals. And in order to find them, they will do traffic enforcement. So they're not going to go door to door kicking in doors. It's not going to be a big civil rights violation. But if you're stopped in a traffic violation, because by the way, illegals drive like insane people. Because if an illegal is driving a vehicle in Texas and smashes into you, nothing happens to them. They have no driver's license, no insurance, and the police will say, there's nothing we can do because the courts can't handle it. Good luck. That's it. Your insurance is going to have to cover it. So they drive like insane maniacs, okay? It's going to be a simple matter for law enforcement to just start pulling over every person driving like that and run their name. If they're an illegal, turn them over to the Trump administration's Border Patrol and then boot them out of the country. That's the plan. So the Trump administration can effectively remove millions of illegals from this country. But then again, an election has to happen, and that election has to be fair. So what are the odds?
Talking about elections, I mean, anybody who knows American history, as I once, was educated in it, knows that the Democratic Party has a history. It was extremely successful in the past in organizing immigration, voting blocks out of immigrants who came from Europe. I mean, this is something they were doing in the late 19th, early 20th century. They did it very well. Is this the plan again? That, the Democratic Party trying to create electoral blocks out of these people, from these people?
Well, absolutely. Yeah. My understanding was the plan was they were going to try to ram through Congress this year amnesty for tens of millions of illegals and give them voting rights. That plan is dead now, I think, because of this border bill fiasco that just failed. But there's buzz that Joe Biden may try to do that via executive order before Election Day. I think that would fail. I think it would be overturned by the Supreme Court very quickly, but they may try that out of desperation. Nevertheless, what Michael said about demographic warfare is true. In the long run, if you don't stop the illegal open border, you end up getting overrun just demographically. And I do want to say, by the way, I'm married to an immigrant, okay, from Taiwan. And many of my friends and coworkers here in Texas are Hispanics, Latino Americans, and they agree with me on these points. Understand that Black Americans, Latino Americans, Asian Americans all want a secure border. This is not a white thing or a redneck thing. This is an American thing. Everybody in America now wants to control the border. They're not anti-immigration, but they want a controlled system that starts with zero illegals. Let's start there and then decide who we want to let in and why.
Which is, I mean, immigration control has been something that the United States has practiced for much of its history. I mean, it was very strict to my knowledge until quite recently. I mean, clearly something has radically changed, and it clearly is connected with the political situation. Can I just ask, going back to the question of the states that you mentioned, the 25 states that are supporting Texas, does that include the other border states on the southern border?
No.
Well, it doesn't include Arizona because of what happened with the rigged election there.
I was there for that election.
Yeah.
It was in the 2 polling stations I went to, the machines didn't work. I only went to 2, and both of them, they didn't work.
And it doesn't include New Mexico either because that tends to be controlled by Democrats. It doesn't include California. It does include, of course, Florida. But the point is, what we say here in Texas is that now every state is a border state.
Yeah.
And that's true because the effects and the cost burden and the law enforcement burden of illegal immigration is affecting every single state in the union. I was talking with law enforcement the other day in a local county, said, our jail is full. We could arrest a lot more illegals, but our jails are completely full and we can't turn them over to Border Patrol because they won't do anything with them. And this is how the federal policy is forcing the illegals to remain in play as locally functioning criminals carrying out whatever crimes they're engaged in. A lot of it is trafficking. A lot of it is fentanyl, human trafficking, weapons trafficking, all of it. This is a destabilization and demoralization operation against America, which, by the way, Yuri Bezmenov mentioned this, decades ago, as you recall. This was the old Soviet plan of how to destroy America from within. And it's point by point. It's all happening right now under Biden.
So Joe Biden is the president of the United States. Why did he, instead of talking to Governor Abbott, trying to come to an agreement about finding means of controlling the border, why did he go to the Supreme Court and get that order from the Supreme Court? Is it because he wanted to smash Texas?
He's a dog king. Biden's just a dog king. He's a meat puppet. He's obviously not the president, right? He's just there. He's a blob. I mean, a lot of people constantly are blaming things on Biden or Obama. I went to Obama's school, elementary school twice in Jakarta in Indonesia. I was there at a counterterrorism school, actually. I took a break and I went over to the school. And this place is in the nicest, it's like the Hollywood of Jakarta. Look at it on Google Earth. Look at Obama's. The guy came from, it's nothing but big compounds and swimming pools.
All right, Miss Karen. Well, thank you for joining us. As soon as this is over, I'm going to be calling it a night too. So, well, I guess we'll see you on the next one. Have a great, blessed, restful night, Miss Karen.
He acts like, he was a poor black child, I mean, these people they're not the causal agents. They are products of, like Yuri Bezmenov. He would have said it in black and white back in the black and white days. This is clearly point by point. The information war is effective.
But I would add there's also an element of economic sabotage that Biden is committing against Texas. For example, he announced that because of climate concerns, there would be blocking LNG exports, which mostly affects Texas. Okay. Now think about this. I know you guys have covered this extensively. After the United States destroyed the Nord Stream pipelines, which devastated Europeans' economy and Germany in particular, and then thinking about the nation of Qatar even halting some of the LNG exports because of what's happening with the Houthis and the Red Sea. And then on top of that, Biden, as a friend of Europe, then blocks more LNG license exports out of Texas. Look, this is my opinion, but Joe Biden and the United States under his, quote, leadership has become the most devastating pro-sabotage enemy of Europe. Not only Texas, but Western Europe as well.
We attack NATO.
America is like the enemy of Europe and Germany at this point.
It looks like, the old strategy of keeping Russia and Germany separate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that was Nord Stream.
Right.
Destroy the energy supply for Germany.
That's why I kept
make
going
Europe
to
dependent on America.
Yeah.
And then cut off the LNG exports out of Texas.
Last year I was in Netherlands in March, for the election there, and I went to Groningen, the gas fields, right? And because I thought, well, they're going to probably shut this one too, and they did. I think I came on your show saying I just got back from Groningen. I think and now they've shut that. That's the biggest gas field in Europe.
I know, Europe has all the energy it needs. It just refuses to tap into it.
Haber-Bosch, man. This is nitrogenous fertilizer is going to be a problem.
Yep. Anyway, don't get us going. We'll go for hours.
Which would be wonderful, by the way, but we don't have ours. I mean, going to the Supreme Court seems to me an astonishing thing to do. I mean, the previous civil war that the United States had, the one in the 1860s, was largely because
Miss Minor I'm not sure what his name is. Maybe someone in the chat knows. They told it at the beginning of the video, but I forgot who it is. So if anybody knows, what the guy on the bottom left right here, if anyone knows his name, please put it in chat.
Because of a decision of the Supreme Court, Dred Scott and all that. I mean, surely you would not want to involve the Supreme Court and get decisions from the Supreme Court if you really wanted to find a way out of this problem in a civil and peaceful way. So I come back. Why did they go to the Supreme Court? Is it because they wanted a crisis?
Can't read his mind to answer that question, Alexander, but I would say that that decision by the Supreme Court has drastically reduced the perception of the authority of SCOTUS, because its only job is to interpret and, in essence, set up a framework for the enforcement of the Constitution. There is no better example than Article 4, Section 4, which specifically states that the states have to be protected against invasion. So when the Supreme Court violates that so blatantly, so directly, even though I know is a temporary decision, that's not a permanent decision, but it still shows the rest of the states why they may need to be on the path of thinking about creating their own new elections, their own president, their own Supreme Court, and breaking apart. And again, I don't wish for that, okay? America is weaker if it's broken apart. And I think what Michael said is accurate. I think that's part of the plan, is to cause America to break up, the balkanization of the United States. We might end up living in the Republic of Texas. Texas, which would probably be an economic, golden age miracle, by the way, because Texas has everything. But I don't want to see the nation broken up either.
How solid is the feeling in Texas? I mean, how much support is there for tough action on the border? I mean, are people, how do people feel about the Supreme Court decision? How do people feel about the behavior of the administration about the border?
Well, I mean, 19 out of 20 people don't know the Supreme Court is even in existence, but
or that Mayorkas was just in impeachment hearings and is still there.
I mean, people aren't tracking what's going on.
Most people don't.
But specifically in Texas, how do people feel about this whole situation? I mean, they must be aware of these huge migrant flows, the fact that there's all these people on the border. I mean, are they supporting opposition to this?
Absolutely.
Attempt,
Yeah. Day-to-day people, they're aware of the influx, and they're aware of the rising crime, and they want it to stop. But it's very few people, where you are and where we are, who are actually paying attention to the details of what's going on behind the scenes. And the warning signs are very alarming right now of how this could escalate. Biden needs to back down from this invasion. I mean, Mayorkas, how could our Congress not impeach Mayorkas the other day?
He won't. Our government's captured.
Our government has been captured, exactly. But this is the realization in Texas and across the union, is that our government is at war with us. And we, the American people, we are the underclass now. And same thing is kind of true, where you are, Alexander. The British are the underclass now. And the precious ones that get all the benefits and all the accoutrements, those are the new illegals that sweep in and take over your cities and your educational institutions.
Well, crap, if TJ's leaving, it must be getting late. TJ's leaving, my goodness. Now, good night, TJ. See you later, brother. Have a great, restful, blessed night and Sunday.
Institutions in your government. That's what's happening in America.
If we split, who gets the Navy? Who gets the Air Force and the nuclear weapons? I mean, there's a devil in the details, as they would say in Poland, right?
Well, yeah.
And those are pretty big devils and pretty big details.
Yeah, but I don't want most of the woke Navy anyway. But Texas has its own massive military
the reason
force.
Texas joined the United States was the border, right?
Yeah.
It couldn't defend its border.
Yeah. So it's going to get interesting, guys. That's for sure.
It's going to get very interesting. So we've had the vote today from the Senate. I mean, the Senate is happy to vote for $60 billion for Ukraine, it seems, at least. 67 to 32 voted for it today. At least it's a procedural vote. There might be lots of trade-offs. We don't know what Congress will do. But the administration is keen on spending $60 billion on the war in Ukraine, which is being lost.
No,
they're
they
not
don't.
prepared to spend money protecting the border of the United States. On the contrary, they're funding the undermining of the border. And Congress doesn't seem to be doing very much either.
Well, I would say that bill is going to meet a lot more resistance in the House. That's for sure. So it may not.
I got to tell you guys, I want to stop that one there too, because I feel like I'm getting stupider every second this video plays. I mean, not to say that they haven't made some good points, because they have, but they made a lot of stupid points too. So, I mean, sorry about that is all I know to say. But I'm stopping that one right where it is there. And we'll do something else. For me, that something else is going to be getting my butt in bed, because I mean, it's already been on a little over 4 hours, and believe me, I don't aspire to be Hawk. Well, I aspire to be, but I'll never get there, because Hawk can go for a week without stopping, you know. But, and thank you, Robin, for joining us. Appreciate you, girl. Thanks to everybody for joining me tonight and any other night. And I appreciate all you guys bigly. But I am going to call it a night there. And because, like I said, tomorrow, Steve and I do have a show tomorrow afternoon. So I want to try to get a little rest for that. And try to be ready for it. Yes, ma'am, I'm going to, Miss Miner Sue. And thank you, Miss Miner Sue, for being here. I appreciate it. Well, that's a good question, Sharon. We just have to wait and see, I guess. But I don't think Texas is going to leave. I don't think Texas is even going to try to leave, because none of this stuff, if anything does happen, first of all, nearly all these states that are backing Texas have either, they've got some kind of bill already in the works to go to the precious metal money back. Damn, I'll get this right here in a minute. Anyway, they're going to precious metal, you know, for the money back stuff. And so if they all do that, and some of them have already got laws in place, other ones have just got them rolled up, haven't okayed them yet. But, you know, that's going to be what pulls it apart, the country apart, if anything, will be that, because the ones that don't go along with it, well, they're going to have to deal in their own kind of money, whatever that might be. So, you know, it's going to be, I don't think it'll be a civil war, I'll put it like that. I ain't saying we won't split up the country, I'm saying, but I don't think it's going to take a civil war to do it. I hope and pray it don't. That's exactly what they want, is a civil war. And that's the last thing we need, in my opinion. Well, Van, you can close them back up or send them to me, either one. I mean, I'll take them. Having to survive on pistachios now, huh, Van? Serves you right for making all that darn money. And then sitting at home for 6 months and running your wife crazy. Anyway, thanks, guys, and we will see y'all on the next one, whenever that might be, and I have no idea. Whatever I say, if I say tomorrow night, I wouldn't make it. Whatever night I say, I probably wouldn't make it. So I'm just going to say till next time. Y'all have a great, blessed night, Sunday, and upcoming week. We'll see y'all on the next one. Love all you guys. Good night. Y'all have a great upcoming week. Good night.